I've covered stuff in the past that people told me I should be concerned about, that I should be watching my back.
I'm just gonna close the door here. All right. We're talking thousands and thousands.
This project has kept me up at night more than all of my other investigative reporting projects combined.
Every century is characterized by a key commodity.
And food is a very obvious and central way to wield power.
I came across this classified cable telling companies to go overseas and buy up food and water resources. And a lot of this is happening in the shadows, quietly.
Food has become much more powerful than oil.
How do you think that's going to end?
It's not just China, not just Russia. This is Wall Street, big money, it's leasing land to foreign countries. I thought maybe there might be more to it than that. Turns out there was.
I mean, it's like a who's who. It's like the MVPs of the mercenary world.
What if there's an uprising?
So that's where we come in.
Private military corporations.
One of the most notorious mercenaries on the planet. You have thousands of his emails.
Correct. That there was a piece of paper.
Right there was all of our names and passport numbers. They were definitely waiting for us. This is the part of the story that makes us think that all of our communications are hacked.
You just take and take and take, and pretty soon there isn't anything to take.
When you don't have enough food, money is useless.
While policy experts are debating, whoever has guns is going to go after it and get it.
He said I trust no one but myself right now.
We're getting kicked out.
How I went from food and water to invisibility cloaks. There's no bigger story that will impact more people than this story.
This was just,
Okay, this is how they're dividing up Africa? Okay.
And these are their investment opportunities. So, of course, the usual stuff, minerals and oil. And smack dab in the middle, food.
And I was talking to some very senior people recently from somewhere who are saying, the Congolese are saying we steal their quota, we steal their gold. And then I asked them one question. There was many readers. I said, there is something I know. Some people come from Congo, whether they smuggle or go through the right channels, they bring minerals and but most of it goes through here, does not stay here. It goes to Dubai, goes to Brussels, goes to Tel Aviv, goes to Russia. It used to go to Russia. I don't know if it still goes there. It goes everywhere. So I was asking them, I said, are you on the list of those who are stealing minerals of Congo? Because these things, they end up with you. For us, we are now, they go through our country. But they are accusing us of stealing Congo's minerals. How about the destination?
That's it.
Why don't you talk about it? And if we actually deployed everything, every effort, and stopped this thing flowing, the accusation would be even worse. Yeah, they would be seeing no more gold coming through here. Going to them, then they say, these people, they are causing problems. So what are we supposed to do, honestly?
There we have it.
In the Bible, Christ tells us that one of the signs of the end of the world is deception. Distraction is considered by many to be a tool of deception. But what else will happen in the last days? There will be wars and rumors of wars, famines, pestilences, tsunamis, earthquakes, meteors falling to the earth, celestial signs, economic collapses, social decline, violence, the lack of love, food shortages, hunger, hyperinflation, sexual immorality, idolatry, blasphemy, false prophets, false Christs, and the fall of mystery Babylon, which hearkens the fall of the last ruling kingdom on earth. But there is one prophecy that is often overlooked and understudied in the Abrahamic faiths, and that is the prophecy of Gog and Magog, which is directly tied to the Battle of Armageddon, in which God delivers a final judgment to the nations a part of Gog and Magog's army. The people of Gog and Magog's massive army is recognized in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. In Islam, Ya'juj and Ma'juj are trapped in a faraway land, but when the day of judgment comes, they will all gather together to conquer the world. In the book of Ezekiel 38 and Revelation 20 in the Holy Bible, it describes how the nations in this massive army of Gog and Magog will leave their homeland to come to the land of the true Israelites, to steal, plunder, and exploit the land and all the resources within it that the true Israelites are in possession of. They will cover the holy land of the Israelites like a massive cloud with their people, and at the end they wage war against the Israelites, in which the Most High will destroy them. Knowing all of this, why doesn't the Christian community, Hebrew Israelite community, Jewish community, and Muslim community have any answers about who comprises the nations of Gog and Magog's army today? The book of Genesis records Noah's son Japheth as having 7 sons: Magog, Meshech, Tubal, Gomer, Tiras, Madai, the progenitor of the Medes Persians, and Javan, the progenitor of the Greeks and Romans. Gog and Magog's prophecy in Ezekiel 38 lists 5 of these sons of Japheth as the nations who will come to the true Holy Land of Israel, covering it like a massive cloud. These Japhetic-speaking nations are not the descendants of Greek speakers or Roman Latin speakers, but are nations today speaking other Japhetic languages, such as Celtic, Germanic, Slavic, Turkic, Altaic, and Sino-Tibetan. So why is knowing who the nations of Gog and Magog's army is today so important? Because if we know who these nations are, including which land they are covering right now like a cloud, for the purpose of plundering and exploitation, we will know for the first time in history where is the true Holy Land of God's chosen people, also known as the Land of Canaan. In the new movie Hebrews to Negroes 3, sound the alarm, Gog and Magog's army versus the Israelites. Find out who is who in this end of days biblical prophecy, and where the true land of the Israelites are. You owe it to yourself to know the truth. Satan's aim is to deceive the whole world, and Yah's aim is for us to receive truth, because the truth will set us free.
We the children of light, and we will never let up, never giving up fight, yeah. We didn't make it through the night, yeah. Done the crawling all night, but keep your head up, Charlie. We were made for this life, yeah. Wait to see how we rise up. We've been down for too long, waiting for a come up. Better days around the corner, all the pain made us stronger, yeah. We aim for the long run, keep on surviving in this war for no reason. Now we changing the season, yeah. Storm is over now, storm is over now. Me I say storm is over now. Storm is over now, storm is over now. Me I say storm is over now. Storm is over. Change is coming tonight. Can see the sky start to clear up. We've been waiting for life, oh. Never giving up the fight, no. Start a countdown right now. About to take off, yeah. It's our turn to rise, oh. We're the children of light, oh. We've been down for too long, waiting for a come up. Better days around the corner, all the pain made us stronger, yeah. We aim for the long run, keep on surviving in this war for no reason. Storm is over now. Hey, storm is over now. Me, I say storm is over now. Storm is over now. Hey, storm is over now. Me, I say storm is over now.
Kingdom Outkasts Podcast is a platform for us to simply express our thoughts, opinions, and experiences concerning our faith and events around the world. We're here for your entertainment, encouragement, and edification of the body. We're humans like yourself and are not the final authority of views expressed. Only the Most High Yah is. Feel free to agree, disagree, edify, question, and comment however you're led to in the comments. We are many members of one body under Messiah and look forward to communing as a family with mutual respect. Shalom and enjoy the pod. Kingdom Outkasts.
What's good? Shalom, everybody. This is your host, Brandon Mashak. I got here with me
Elijah.
Hey, everybody. It's Deja.
And we're the Kingdom Outkasts Podcast, episode 41. Here again for part 2 with our special guest, Ron Dalton of the huge documentary, Hebrews to Negroes. So he just called in. We just got everything set up. How are you feeling today, Ron?
Feeling good. Good to be here.
Good. How was y'all week?
Great to have you. Week's been smooth. Been peaceful, man. I don't know. This week I was very much more so reminded of focusing on the Most High. Mm-hmm. You know, amidst some, I guess, some struggles, some attacks and things, just focusing on the Most High and not focusing on the circumstances. Getting in my word, and we'll touch on it in the precept, but man, Matthew 5 has been a blessing, and really 2 Timothy 2, it helped me out with this week, and it talks about enduring as a good soldier for Christ, you know. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you know, it's just part of the process, you know, whether it's persecution, whether it's just attacks and, you know, things like seemingly not going your way, but, you know, we just got to keep our faith, you know, because that's just, the enemy wants us to be downtrodden and think that we're in despair. But, you know, I worked out this week, so I'm blessed because of that. Deja and I, we ran, so that was a blessing. You know, I ate really healthily too, you know. So my week's been smooth, you know, and all I can do is just give all praise to the Most High. So
yeah, that's blessed.
Yeah, how's y'all's week's been?
Me as well. It's been good. It's starting to warm up a little bit here in Georgia, so I finally put some seeds down. So my first batch, I'm gonna do carrots, kale, tomatoes. I'm gonna try tomatoes 2 ways. I put down like raw seeds, but I'm also going to do the method of like cutting open a tomato like a berry, and I'm gonna see which one does best. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I think that'll be really good. In preparation for Purim, which is coming up next week, I've been reading the book of Esther, and so what I've done is like read it in 2 versions to kind of like, I guess, pick apart the differences between, you know, what was included and what wasn't included, which brought about some questions for me about the Persian Empire and things like that. But that's been a really good study this week.
Okay, that's dope.
What about you, Brandon? What's new?
Shoot, not much. I guess too new. Just it's been I've been really busy with clients. A lot of clients these days. And then of course, really, you know, just working on I guess the background things for the podcast. You know, with Ron coming on the first time, there's been some people in the background, you know, talking about how can they contribute and how they can, you know, kind of get behind the podcast and
support.
And,
support.
And so, you know, we're gonna talk about some call into action, you know, today.
That's good.
But I mean, yeah, my week has been pretty blessed, man. I've been reading a lot out of the, you know, the well, I wouldn't call it apocrypha, but the Book of Nations, Descendants of Jim and Asher, that I told y'all about, before. Rereading that again. If you don't know, Brother Ron, and you could also look into this your own, but apparently some writings were found in 2020 and translated in 2021. And I actually looked up the translator himself to talk to him and get confirmation on these. But they found some brass and gold plates and some mounds in Sweden, and it apparently accounts the tribe of Asher leaving Jerusalem, Judah, Africa, migrating to the north and coming to Africa. But and it has some, it talks about some prophecies in Revelations as far as like the little book, John had to follow and stuff. So it's it's definitely interesting to me. It also reveals how some of these superheroes like Thor and people in our people in
Marvel
superhero,
like Marvel
are
characters.
actually our people, you know what I mean, who've been whitewashing today, so
Yeah, I learned that in the Book of Jasher.
yeah, for sure. So
Brandon, real quick, not to cut you off.
What's up?
Do you know how to take these yellow boxes off the screen?
Oh, it's doing this thing. Okay, cool. But all right, well, I'll get to that in just a moment.
Yeah.
But
how's your week been?
Yeah, I see it. I see the yellow box on your face right now.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah, I don't know. If this,
oh, maybe that'll take it away.
it's still there. Still there.
No, I'm working on it. Go ahead and tell us about your week, Ron.
I did a Zoom the other day, yesterday, about the Leave the World Behind movie and all the subliminal messages and things in there that were a warning for Black people.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, just been here in South Africa, doing my stuff, normal routine.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Very nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Leave
good.
the World Behind. That was an interesting film that was produced, and we'll probably touch on this a little bit later. But recently, I don't know if you've heard of the Netflix show 0 Day.
Yeah,
it has similar vibes to it. It's still showing them.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I'll get to it.
Okay, well let's go ahead and jump into the precepts.
All right, cool.
Man, hold on. Let me just get her back up to her mother.
Oh,
yes.
He's so cute.
All right, so we can try it now. Get these yellow boxes off her face.
I have to do it on the actual camera, so.
Yeah, it looks like it's this thing right here, this eye thing. I don't know. Because that's also on there too.
All right.
And for those,
the box is still there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm looking up how to go in here and take it off real quick, just because I don't want a whole bunch of stuff popping up on the screen trying to do it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Make sure you guys be aware of the tickers that we have here below. Check out some Brother Ron Dalton Jr.'s content, h2ntv.com and the negronetwork.com. Make sure y'all check some of that out. Subscribe. So much great content on there, and as well as ours. Like, comment, share this content with this live that we're doing with your loved ones and with anyone that may not be on right now, and like it, so the YouTube algorithm can pick it up.
Precept. All right, go ahead with the precept. Let's see what we got.
All right, cool. So our precept for today is going to be coming from Ezekiel 36, verses 23 and 35. Alrighty. And it reads, the Most High's word reads, "And I will sanctify thy great name. I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which ye have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, saith Yahweh Elohim, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes, and ye shall keep my judgments and do them. And ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. I will also save you from all your uncleannesses, and I will call for the corn and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Then shall you remember your own evil ways and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abominations. Not for your sakes do I this, saith Yahweh Elohim, be it known unto you. Be ashamed and not confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the waste shall be builded, and the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lay desolate in the sight of all that passed by. And they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden, and the waste and desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and inhabited.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yes.
So, what do you guys think about that verse, Brother Ron?
I like that. I use that chapter a lot because it's the prophecy of the mountains of Israel, and it talks about how in the future that the Most High is going to do better for us in our latter days than our beginning, in that the mountains of Israel are going to shoot forth their branches and bear fruit, and the land's going to be tilled and sown, and the uncultivated, what they call desolate in the King James Bible, the uncultivated lands that are sitting in Africa at rest, and the animals just running around on them. These lands are going to be inhabited, and people are going to build, communities and farms on these lands. Because now in Africa, you drive through different cities, and you see all this desolate, uncultivated land.
Right.
It's just land. It's just acres and acres of land. Nobody's there doing anything. It's just land for days. And Africa has more than enough land for all this to happen. And the only way that this land is going to be like the Garden of Eden is if the land already has water from below and water from above. The Garden of Eden cannot happen in the desert. So the scripture is not talking about Saudi Arabia and Sinai Peninsula and Jordan and Israel, because these are water-stressed countries that they have a water issue, and they have a couple months where they get water, and then after that they're done. It's just the desert. And so these are things that I when I read this chapter in these verses, to me, it's pointing to the motherland. And also returning back to the motherland and seeing all the fruit and the increase that the Most High promised us in the land of our forefathers. We know that America is not our land, despite people teaching that now that it's our land and we don't need to go anywhere. The Most High has allowed us to be here, and our ancestors have died, and blood, sweat, and tears are in the soil in America. So therefore, it's our land. We don't need to leave. And I think these things are a deceptive doctrine to keep us from our land that we were taken from. And the Most High said that He will gather us from among the heathen and bring us back to our land. So the simple fact of gathering us and bringing us back, we know that means movement. Movement is going to happen to bring us back to our homeland. And I'm already here in South Africa, so I can see with my own eyes how this is everything that the Bible describes of. You know, even like a couple of years ago, I was leaving my home and I saw a peacock.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Walking around, and the peacock is one of the animals that King Solomon used to get when he used to travel to Ophir, and you would get apes and peacocks and gold and silver and ivory. And you know, ivory comes from an elephant, and elephants are not indigenous to Israel.
Right.
They're not indigenous to America. You know, so you know we got to pay attention to these things.
Right.
You know, peacocks are seen in the Congo. They're seen down here in South Africa. Elephants too. So it's all here in the Bible.
That's good. Let's go to the Hebrew word.
Very true. Well, shoot, I'm gonna get a little something, man. You know what I'm saying? I was just gonna. I love that that verse as well. And especially when he's talking about he's gonna clean our inner parts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very important, just because the main reason why us uniting as a people has never worked is because it hasn't been done after real biblical righteousness. You know what I'm saying? Every single moment from this new Target, thing our chapter trying to do, from the town that Lake Lanier used to be, from every single situation. None of it has been done with the Most High first.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And biblically sound in how we should go about it.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing that's going to cause us to actually be able to unite as a one nation, is when we do it in the righteousness of Yah, and when we start to purify ourselves, and not just being led by false leaders and false doctrine.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a real good point. I like how he says in this verse, I'll put a new spirit in you. Give you new heart. And I think that's what we're seeing with those that are truly worshiping the Most High in spirit and in truth. Us being filled with the Holy Spirit. And really, like kind of what you mentioned, Ron, is I feel like when you read the Bible, utilizing some critical thinking. Where is ivory native? Where is silver and gold native to? Where are these in abundance? And really just turning on our brains and be like, okay, in the continent, and just putting two and two together, and then coming out of the lies. But for our Hebrew word, we have it's actually 3 words. It's like a phrase, and it comes from, I think it's from maybe 24. Yeah, it says in 24 in Ezekiel 36:24, it says, "For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own land." So our Hebrew word is the three word phrase, your own land. Brandon, you got that? Or
yeah, for sure.
Okay.
So that is Adama, right? Strong's Concordance 127, Adama. It is, I'm using the Bible Hub app here for Strong's Concordance, and the noun is feminine. Again, it's pronounced Adama, and the definition is ground, land, earth, soil. The word origin is derived from Adam, meaning man or mankind. Very important, because a lot of people think Adam's name was Adam, and that's not his actual name.
Yeah.
He was called Adam, which means reddish brown, ground, dirt, human, ruddy, which means reddish brown, which, also talks to, what he looked like, what I mean? But yeah, meaning man or mankind, which related to the concept of being made from the ground of earth. Corresponding Greek is G1093, often translated as earth or land, used in the New Testament. So that's also important to understand that because even the Greek language takes away from the original Hebraic definitions. Just like we know the English language often takes away from the original Hebrew language what words mean, so does the Greek.
Yeah.
And so usage, the Hebrew word Adama primarily refers to the ground or soil, emphasizing the material from which humans were created. It is often used in context of agriculture, land ownership, and the physical earth. The term underscores the connection between humanity and the earth, as seen in the creation narrative where man is formed from the dust and the ground. In Israelite culture, the land was a vital aspect of life, providing sustenance and identity. The promised land was central to Yah's covenant with Yasharal, and the fertility of the land was often seen as a sign of divine blessing. The concept of Adama also reflects to agrarian lifestyle, that means agriculture, the agrarian lifestyle of the Israelites, where the ground was tilled and cultivated for survival.
That's good. I love the connection between Adama and Adam. I think that's really dope. I've never thought of that before, as far as the land and the first human being made from creation.
For sure.
Okay. Current events. So I think the first one we have here is the Ethiopian War.
Yeah, so we got, some, and this is something that's been bubbling for a while. And again, y'all, if y'all do see these yellow boxes or focuses on the camera, I'm working on, getting that off. I don't want to mess with it too much so that it doesn't cut off the broadcast.
It's only on me.
Gotcha. But so yeah, and so in Ethiopia and Eritrea, they've had tension for a good while. There has been wars and death going on for years there. And to be honest, I personally do believe a lot of the Bible prophecy is actually talking, similar to what's going on there.
But it started as a civil war, though, right? Ethiopia and Eritrea were one nation.
Eritrea, yeah.
They were one nation before. So this was really just the splitting of a nation and the continual fighting.
Right, for sure. In fact, Ron, are you privy to any of, about what's going on over there, or what have you heard?
It's a lot of it. It's just like, brothers fighting each other. And I don't know who orchestrated the conflict, but, they essentially, have the same DNA. It's not like they're separate people with their own separate DNA haplogroup. They just, like she said, it used to be one land, and then Eritrea ceded, and you had that piece of land in the north that's Eritrea, and then the rest is Ethiopia. And so I know they've been fighting for a while, and it's just sad to see the people that are connected genetically and ancestrally that they're fighting in that area. Just kind of like how the conflict in the Congo is going on right now, and it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, and his relevance is, a lot of those Ethiopians, are most likely descendants of Israel as well. You do have the Ethiopian Jewish community who do live there, as well as many who now live in Dimona, Israel as well. And the situation is, it's really something that could rattle the entire east coast of Africa. That's where they're saying it's going to, be something pretty big. So I think it's something that we should kind of keep our eyes on, you know what I mean? Especially when it comes to understanding, biblical prophecy and what's going on. A lot of things are talked about in the news is, oh, look at Israel, look at what's going on in the Middle East to link to biblical prophecy. But at the end of the day, if we're looking at a false place, to understand what's going on in the word, we can, be deceived and where we're at in the biblical timeline.
That's real.
And I think that there's more that's being there's more stokes in the fire than what we realize, not by necessarily Ethiopia and Eritrea, but by other nations. Other nations have interest in both sides. So that could potentially spark more conflict.
Right.
So
that's good.
Just definitely something to be mindful of.
Yeah, it's probably connected to a lot. I see you've been posting a lot about Gog and Magog, lately, and so there's probably some connection there with what's going on with Iran. So,
are we ready to move?
Yeah. So,
okay. So the next current event we have is about the Sakari camp leader stepping down.
Yeah. So what's his name? I guess is it Gorilla or something like that? I believe
Captain something. I don't know. Did you hear about this, Ron?
Yeah, I did, and it's unfortunate. I don't know how it leaked, but I guess it leaked, and they had to address it, and it's doesn't look good, I guess.
Yeah.
So what's the reason? Why is he stepping down?
Well, so I first learned from looking at Larry Johnson's page, ex NFL player. He was talking about it. He's real harsh on the camps.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. You're familiar with Larry Johnson, right, Ron?
Yeah.
Wait, have y'all ever connected before?
We've talked on the phone, but I haven't met him in person.
Okay, gotcha. Well, from what I know, and just understand, this isn't like gossip. This isn't to out our brother, but this is just for us to like see what's understanding, see what's going on. Apparently some videos leaked of him, in a setting that he shouldn't have been in. It was on Passover.
He was in the club?
Yeah, club, you know what I mean? And some stuff. And, he stepped down.
He was smoking hookah.
Maybe, you know what I mean? He was just doing something he shouldn't have done as a leader. And, he stepped down. Granted, I hope, he gets his repentance in the Most High, and, Most High grants him back, what he lost. But I just do think this is an example of just kind of like, or even you have what's other bro's name of
Wait, is he married?
No, I'm not sure. But what's other bro's name that I shared with you, Ron, this week? The video of him stomping, and he has the whole camp.
Captain Tazaria.
Yeah.
Captain Tazaria.
Right, and and they got the picture of YG's step on the white man's face and all this, and I just want to bring some of this stuff out with camp leaders, for people to again understand that these are not the faces, or this isn't what all people who know we're Israelites promote, you know what I mean, or what we believe. Important. The word talks about the sojourning strangers, the Gentiles who follow our Yah, through us. And I think the Most High is now judging certain people, you know what I mean, in the spirit, who have been leaders and kind of spreading false doctrine. And again, these are people who big platforms often bring on to represent the Israelite movement in the awakening.
They're disgraced always.
Right.
Always disgraced.
But why not bring
on Brother Ron, please.
Well, why not bring Ron on, man? What's going on?
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And I know about it. And you got to look at by now people know about Hebrews to Negroes. Mm-hmm. They know about it and what happened. And these guys, they know how to reach Brother Nathaniel, IURC. They know how to reach Captain Nazariak. Let me see. Am I still here?
That was me. My bad.
Okay. Yeah, they know how to reach those other guys in the camps on all these big platforms, but they don't never email me, never get me on the same platform with these guys and Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar Johnson and other Christian apologetics or pastors. They never do it, and I think that they avoid me for a reason, because of what they don't want me to say on their channel for all the thousands of listeners that they have, that they could, hear these things that I'm saying, and then it starts to plant a seed in their mind that's different than what the camps are normally seeing in showcasing on their videos when they have the white people come to their camp demonstrations or anything that they're doing, like stepping on white Jesus and calling the white man Esau and he's the devil and they're gonna be slaves in the kingdom. These are kind of things that we see that they're showing on these platforms, and they're not really talking about anything else, like the things that I talk about that are of high importance and relevance. And it's just like people are seeing the face of the Israelites from their lens, and so it makes all of us like they look at us too as though we're part of that movement. Like you guys believe the white man's the devil and he's Esau and he's our brother, but yet we hate him, and you guys will be slaves to the kingdom. There's no salvation for you guys. All this stuff. So it's just we see all the time on every platform, especially white platforms that have them on there. You see typically it's Captain and Bishop Nathaniel.
Yeah.
And who else is there? Yeah, and Girly Hebrew and other camps, but they never have me on there. Never do they email me. And actually I've emailed some of these platforms that they have been on, and I don't get any response.
Wow.
That's difficult. Yeah, I feel like when it comes to this camp situation, if this person was caught in the club or something like that nature, I think you've been doing these things and living a double life, and you were just caught this one time on camera. And when it comes to dismantling doctrine, people don't like to have that conversation because they built their ministry around certain doctrines. So if you start to dismantle those doctrines, now you need to roll things back and say, well, we were wrong, and therefore going forward would do things this way. And now leadership's in question. Like, they'd rather keep doing wrong even if they know it's not biblically sound, because now everything's in question. Like, how you built this ministry is now in question.
Yes, that's exactly why. Okay. You nailed it.
Yeah, no, I definitely. I do think these platforms purposely bring on certain people because there's an agenda to misrepresent, the awakening. It's like, if we can belittle the identity of these people, then we can keep, people interested to a minimum.
Yeah, that's right. And then when it comes to like labeling people as whiteness and blackness, you really can't determine someone's whiteness by their appearance, which is what I was learning by reading the book of Esther. When you're talking about, the Persian Empire and these places, like, skin tone doesn't really define a lot, because our people come in every color, and you can have white looking skin with blue eyes and have a black mother. So I don't think that we should get so locked in on definitions of white versus black. Like, you're going to be misrepresenting people if you look at it that way, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, race doesn't, the old world didn't look at race and color. They looked at nationality, because you can have different tones, from different nations, so, and that's really race is a very new concept. Racism is like nationalism is disguised as racism, to be honest.
That's good.
If you really look at it.
Speaking of that, the next topic we have is racial tension in South Africa.
Yeah, we got Trump. We got here on Forbes.com. Trump offers South African farmers rapid pathway for U.S. citizenship after suspending aid. Real quick, President Donald Trump said on Friday that farmers from South Africa will be offered a rapid pathway to American citizenship following his executive order that pauses all federal aid to the country. As Trump and Elon Musk have criticized South Africa officials for a new law they argue discriminated against white farmers. And so real quick, Trump wrote in True Social Post that South Africa is being terrible to farmers in the country, adding any
white farmers in the country.
Yeah, white farmers, adding any farmer with a family seeking to flee South Africa for any reasons of safety will be invited to U.S. with a rapid pathway citizenship. So they've halted funding to South Africa, basically. The executive order went out on the February 7th. And, this is they've committed $440 million in federal aid to South Africa in 2023. Yeah, but they basically stopped all that. I think it is all laughable.
Yeah. What has it been like there in South Africa? Like, are these white farmers truly being persecuted, like how they're saying over here in the West, or is it?
I'm not in that areas of farmland, so I can't see any violence. I haven't seen any protests out here, and if they want to go to America, then they're gonna have to get used to Monsanto seeds and chemtrails and control and property taxes, and the cost for fertilizer and seeds and equipment. They're not going to be able to survive because a lot of the farmers in America, they have to get aid and subsidies from the government to stay in business, and then they can't keep up with the rising cost of property taxes and inflation and all these things that the farmers in America deal with. And then they don't understand that America is collapsing right now. So why would they want to flee to America when they're already in a good area right now, but they're being told that they have to leave. So if anything, maybe they should go back to their homeland in the Netherlands and farm there. But I don't know what they're gonna do. I just think that it's Donald Trump is giving them a pathway to citizenship in America, and some people already look at America as though it's like the land of milk and honey, and it's the best place in the world. And who would not want to go to America? There's a lot of Africans here that would love the chance to go to America and become citizens. It's like when they see us there, they say, "Man, I wish I was in America. Can I go with you when you go back?" And I say, "You don't want to go there. You're gonna struggle like we struggle there. You got it good here. You just don't understand what we go through in America." So it's just like I see it on the news, and I'm like, I don't think they're gonna leave. I don't think they're gonna leave.
Well, it's funny. I was just at the gym yesterday, right before Shabbat service, and I seen a familiar face there, and I was just thinking, man, is this girl East African? And then I saw she also had a Kenyan wristband on, and I was like, "You're from Kenya?" I was like, she's like, "Yeah." She was like, "Oh, okay. I'm a Kikuyu." She's like, "Oh, I'm Kikuyu as well." We talked. And I asked her, so what made you move to this ghetto country? And she said that's the first time she's ever been asked that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's assumed why she moved here. It's assumed like, oh, for a better opportunity.
Yeah, and it's funny just because it's like I guess our community is a minority in the quote unquote Black community, right? Or understanding who we are, but it's like we all have kind of the opposite mind. Where anybody who's not necessarily kind of where we're at in our knowledge, this is the place to be. This is the place of now, but yeah, interesting. But
this news article makes me wonder the reason for current increase in violence. Like, is something going on with the locals and the farmers, or is it that people are wanting to take back land that was once owned, owed to them, or if something like that has occurred recently that's causing like an uprising against the farmers? Like, usually things like that, you might see the result of it might be a news headline, but not what caused it.
Yeah. And just another notable thing is just how people want to get on the tech wave, right? That's where a lot of money is, but the more we technologically advance in this AI stuff, the more Africa and the Congo is sucked dry of his resources. More wars keep breaking out there. So I think that's also something also keep in our minds is the more we keep advancing the technology and the AI, the more the Congo region is suffering.
That's real.
Which is counterproductive, you know, to what we're trying to do as far as even create our own.
I have a question for you, Ron. I guess in regards to you being in the continent and everything, how have you seen? Because I think one of the perspectives that Negroes here in America, like they have of, I think we'll touch on this later a little bit, but Negroes here in America, it's like there's kind of like a divide almost between Africans sometimes, between us here, you know, blacks in America, and then they think of like Africans different, and you know, kind of vice versa. I guess my question is more so like, you know, how have you been received? How have you seen them interacting with blacks from America in South Africa? Are they very like welcoming? They're like, oh my gosh, you know, we're so blessed to have you guys, or is it more of like a like hands off type of thing? Or
no, they're all welcoming. It's all love. I've been here since 2022, and I've seen nothing but love from the South Africans that are here, and they embrace us and they love us. They know they listen to the same music that we listen to. They do, you know, like Chris Brown and Rihanna and Drake and different people that we listen to. Even people in the oldies like the Motown era, and the old R&B rap groups like SWV and Boyz II Men and 2020 Tony and Nas and Jay-Z, and they know all about that. Tupac. So they're connected more closely than we think. And for those that come here, they'll see that there's nothing but love to African Americans from South Africans.
I love that.
I love to hear that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Before we get into the main topic, we got a couple of comments at all or questions in it at all?
No comments. Amen. Peace and blessings. Greetings, fam.
Okay. I like and such. Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shoot.
Main topic.
Yeah.
Okay. So today we wanted to have a conversation and hear from you, Ron, on the topics of the land of Canaan, you know, the movie Leave the World Behind, and also just having a discussion on the Bantu people in sub-Saharan Africa.
And I know you got some presentations or some stuff that you want to share. So, you know, where would you like to start on that?
Let me just share real quick on.
Cool. Yeah, we're going deeper today, you guys. You know,
get your notebooks out.
If you haven't seen the, you know, first, you know, podcast that we had with Brother Ron a couple of weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Definitely, you know, after this, you want to go check it out. And you know, see that introductory. And for this, you know, we're going deeper into, you know, where the promised land is, what we need to be doing in this community, and really, you know, calls to action on how can we start actioning instead of talking. You know, we got a lot of, you know, leaders, you know, like you mentioned, we got, you know, Umar, you got people like Reza Islam, you got, you know, a lot of names of
Candace
people.
Owens.
Oh gosh. I mean, you got your Boule members or House Negroes, Al Sharpton, and certain folk, you know, who are kind of keeping us in this loop, you know. So we're gonna get into some.
And you know, real quick side note on the House Negroes. You saw, like, okay, so Trump had a State of the Union address, and I think Roland Martin, he said, all right, we're going live. We're going to have our State of the Union address. And they had a revenue on that. And I'm like, okay, us as Black people, we need to be following, like you said in the beginning, the Most High. You know what I mean? If it's not about the Most High, what's it really talking about?
Not Roland Martin.
Yeah, you know, about him and, you know, what are our issues? Like, our issue is sin.
Yeah.
We need to get out of sin. We need to repent, and we need to turn and focus on the Most High.
He also isn't a representative of the community, not really, because I remember years ago he brought Dr. Umar on to whatever his daytime show was and argued him down the entire time, was completely wrong, was so focused on the whole interracial relationship. Like, he's himself is a house Negro. I don't think he's a representative.
Yeah, it's just foolishness. But I see. Can I add this to the stage here?
Yeah, you can.
All right, cool. And I don't know if we could.
All right, so let's see here.
Hold
on.
Okay.
All right, you can see me moving the screen. You can see me moving the screen. Can you see it moving? The screen. Let me know. Okay. Are you guys still there? Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's the way it's supposed to be.
All right. Cool.
All right, but you can see it though. You can see the screen.
Yep. It's the Obama's input.
All right. So I'm not gonna go through all of it, but Obama said, well, Ismail said that Obama helped put together the movie based on what he believes things might unfold in our reality, meaning that the things he put in the movie is what he believes is going to happen in our reality.
Yeah. Okay.
Same way how when they made series like 0 Day, they're doing it because some of it may have some truth and validity to, can this happen in our reality in America? And the answer is yes. All you have to do is research who produced, directed, created any movie that we see today in America. I do this all the time. So you can see that not only did Robert De Niro star in the movie, but he is an executive producer in the movie, along with other individuals that are of Jewish descent. And this is on Wikipedia. You can click on their names and you can see their early life and history. And you can see that a lot of Jews have put input and have directed, created, and produced this series that talks about America being under a cyber attack, and the electricity goes down, the internet goes down, you can't access your bank account, you can't do transactions. There's a lot of things going on, similar to Leave the World Behind. And Homestead is a movie that they had come out, I think last year, about people that had to create their own homestead community to survive when America and the society in America collapses and people are running around trying to survive. They're hungry, just like The Walking Dead, except for this is not zombies. So when you look at, real quick, when you look at Leave the World Behind, there's a lot of figures that they show, and they want you to pay attention to details like garden, farm supply, rice, water, meals ready to eat that he's loading into his truck. And we know that you cannot feed yourself if you do not own land and you do not have a farm. Most blacks do not have a farm or a garden, and let alone we don't have this to be able to sustain ourselves if the grocery store can't do it for us. In Africa, in the non-developed areas outside of the city, you have the villages, the unwalled villages that the Bible talks about in Ezekiel 38, neither having bar nor gates, people that are dwelling in the midst of the land in peace, rest, security, and safety. These individuals that live in these houses, they don't pay property taxes. They can't have their house or their land taken from them because they are a part of a tribe, a clan, a family, a people, and the land belongs to them. They live on the land.
Mm-hmm.
Only in the developed areas where the municipality needs to keep up the services like water, electricity, sewage, trash, the roads. Then they can try to tax you with property rates. They call them rates. And even then, you have to not pay for a long time before they can take you to court and try to fine you, up the behind, and then try to jail you, put you in jail, and threaten to take your house or your apartment in the inner city. But outside the inner city, where most of Africa's land exists, because in each country in Africa, you have your major cities like Accra and Nairobi and Kampala and Kigali and Kinshasa and Johannesburg, and Lagos. Yeah, you got your major cities, but outside of these major cities, you got villages, and they don't have property taxes, so they can't eat off the land. They can't have boreholes and wells that have free water. They can, if they have the money, get solar panels and have free electricity. So
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, this is why I always say if I ever buy a house or buy land, it's not going to be in the country. You know what I mean?
So America's doomsday plan, we have to look at the fact that when America falls, then how are you going to eat? How are you going to, if you're in the dark, like 0 day, and the satellites are out, like leave the world behind, and communications is out, no internet, no cell phone, no electricity, no satellite, you're just stuck. You don't know what your family's doing, where they're at, are they okay? How do I get to them? Are the roads blocked? Is there checkpoints? Is there violence in the city? Has the city been bombed? Is there armed rogue terrorist groups on the prowl? You don't know what's going on because you have no communication. TV's not working. You're just like lost. So in that case, you can be scared to even want to leave your house, to even try to go to the grocery store. And if you do that, it might be a waste. You might be wasting gasoline and time, and you might get mobbed or mugged or detained by the police, and you didn't achieve your goal. And the people that you left behind in your house or apartment, they're looking like, where's daddy at? Or where's my uncle at? He left hours ago and never came back home.
Yeah.
And so you don't have no food, and you staying in the Bronx or in Harlem or in Brooklyn or in Detroit, that after a while, you're going to say, well, I'm hungry. You don't have nothing to eat. The refrigerator's empty. The stuff in the freezer is spoiled. And we're going to run out of food. Then what you're going to do? But these guys, people in Africa, nah, they're good. They may not eat filet mignon and T-bone steaks every day and order pizza and Chinese food. No, but they're going to survive. They have they have a roof over their head. They can get water from a well or a borehole or a lake or a river. They can boil it, and they can eat rice and sorghum. They can eat bread. They're going to survive.
Yeah,
we're gonna die.
Yeah,
and these signs that they show in the movie all point to areas in America that had a history of slavery. Slavery of slaves from the Kingdom of the Congo, and this is just a known fact. Even slaves that had ran away from the British colonies of Georgia and the Carolinas, and they fled to Florida to seek freedom under the Spanish territory at the time that did not uphold slavery and the laws. They were separate from the English colonies, so they didn't enslave Negroes. So, but the Negroes that came there had to convert to Christianity and serve in their army in order to stay there as a free man. And this is in Florida, before the Florida Spanish colony succeeded their colony to the British. And the British said, no, you guys are slaves. We don't care what happened in the past. So all these things, the white lion that we see in the movie, that's slaves from the Kingdom of the Congo, 1619, the beginning of slavery, and then years later, the treasurer came bringing more slaves to Point Comfort, Virginia. The white lion is a lion that is seen in Limpopo, in the Timbavati game reserve, and this is along 31 longitudinal parallel that stretches all the way up to Giza and the pyramid lion sphinx statue that's in Egypt. So the 31 East longitudinal line was, according to the Egyptians and the Israelites, the first meridian line, meaning that the 0 degree longitude, 0 degree latitude was in the center of what today is the border of the DRC and Uganda. And the white lions are native and can only be found in northeast South Africa or the area of Limpopo.
And just to reiterate again, Ron, because we want people to really get the understanding and urgency that this stuff can happen in America, and it will happen. A lot of people can't wrap their mind around it, and you confirmed, which some of us knew, but you said this movie was produced by the Obamas. Explain that part again for the people watching.
Delete the word.
Yeah. So the movie. Okay, so those that saw my movie, I first aired my movie, Hebrews to Negroes 3, Sound the Alarm, Volume 1 and 2. Volume 1 is about the hidden history of the Kingdom of the Congo, or the hidden Israelite history of the Kingdom of the Congo. And in that movie that I premiered in 2023, in November, November, they saw the part of the movie that I talk about, the white lion, the Kingdom of the Congo, 1619, 2019, 1624, 2024, and the Israelite 12 kingdoms in the Kingdom of the Congo, similar to the 12 tribes of Israel, and all the correlation to how this was the people of the book, or the land of the 12 tribes of Israel. And then Netflix premiered The Leader Work Behind, I believe it was in December of 2023 or January 2024. And when I seen the movie, because I was getting ready to leave and go back to Africa, when I seen the movie, I said, is Obama a time traveler? And does he follow Hebrews to Negroes? Because how else in the movie does he have all this connection to the white lion and the Congo and 1619 and blah blah blah? How does he know all this stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen it. When I seen the movie, I said, this is everything that's in my movie.
Right.
Yeah.
That came out a year before.
Yeah, it came out like a couple months after my movie came out.
Oh, okay.
To add even more credibility to what you said, people can actually research this map for themselves. Harvard University, Harvard Map Collection, Sanuto, Sanuto, 1588. And you'll see Ivory Terrace in Latin. And if you translate that with Google Translate, it'll show Land of the Jews as the Congo region. Yeah. And so sometimes you need those old maps to show people, hey, this is what they called it,
Yeah, so the 31 degree east longitude line goes to the Giza, Sphinx of Giza, and then it goes all the way down through the Congo and Uganda border, going all the way down to the Timbavati Game Reserve, where the white lion is seen the most at in northeast South Africa. So over periods of time, the white man didn't want to use the meridian line that the Egyptians and the Israelites had that cut through the 31-degree east meridian line, longitudinal line. They moved it to Ghana. They moved it to where it cuts through Ghana in the Atlantic Ocean. They had a meeting in 1884 where all the white people came together and said, okay, we're going to have to change this line, and we're going to move it to where we see fit. And they moved it to where it intersects the Atlantic Ocean right below Ghana. And this became the new prime meridian longitudinal line, 0 degrees. And the equator, of course, you can't change that. So they had to change the meridian line so that the 0 degree longitude, the center of the Earth, is no longer in Africa or in Central Africa, like where you see where it is right now, but it's in the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. And we know the equator cuts through the Congo, Uganda, Tanzania, not Ethiopia, not Israel, because the equator is right there, 0 degrees latitude, and it cuts through Gabon, Republic of the Congo, the DRC, Uganda, Kenya. Okay, I thought it cuts through Tanzania, but it doesn't. So it cuts through Kenya and Uganda and the DRC and the RC and Gabon. Okay, so when you look at the 0 degree, it's 0 degree in the ancient times was right in front of the mountains of the moon, or Mount Stanley, aka Mount Windsor. And it's right in that smack dab region where you will see the DRC and the Congo territory. And the Mount Stanley range or Mount Windsor is a mountain range that encompasses both the DRC and Uganda. So at the foot of the mountain, is where you have a lot of the forest, where a lot of the pygmies are living at, the little black people, and then of course the Bantu people are also living in these areas as well.
My mom's side of the family. There's a lot of pygmy coming from my mom's side. Yeah.
I feel like it too, though. Some places we went, I feel like some people were so tiny. Like we went to a restaurant. I remember Elijah was talking, like, to the people, and they were like, "Yes, sir," like this, looking all the way up.
Yeah, no, it's funny when I did some Jed match DNA. My dad's side of the family are kind of tall. My mom's is all like 4'11", barely reaching 5'5", and it's a lot of pygmy coming from my mom's side. So this kind of shows.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So part one, they showed you the house, and the house is like, to me, the big house, because everything that Obama puts in the movie has a slavery undertone to it. Slavery Negro undertone. And so when part one, the house comes on, the music they play, I don't know if you can hear it. Let me see. Let me play it. I want to show you what they play. Can y'all hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like the mom was so into black people music. Yeah. Yeah, when she was walking through the house, she was so happy. That's her favorite.
And okay, so they played this song right until this part right here. Hold on.
Like America's saying they're not gonna let us go.
Okay, so basically they stopped it after you said you belong to me. I'm never gonna let you go. And I said, why would they just play that and then stop it right there? Because to me, well, all the slavery undertones,
It's like they're saying, you black Negroes in America, you belong to me.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna let you go. I'm never gonna let you leave the big house.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so we have to look at how in history Marcus Garvey tried to take us away, and the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, they stopped it. They didn't want us to get on the ships and go back to Africa. And Julian Mack, a Jewish judge, and Jewish jurors, Marcus Garvey even said this to a journalist. He said when they wanted to get me, they had a Jewish judge try me and a Jewish prosecutor. He said I would have been free, but 2 Jews on the jury held out against me 10 hours and succeeded in convicting me. Whereupon the Jewish judge gave me the maximum penalty. Now, how in America at that time, when the Jews probably were less than 1% of the population, how did Marcus Garvey manage to have a Jewish judge, a Jewish prosecutor, and Jews on the jury? How did that happen?
Yeah.
And we know about the Black Boule and W.E.B. Du Bois and how they were like, Marcus Garvey's crazy. We need to stay here and get free rights and equal rights and education and employment and voting and integrate instead of separate. So the Boule operates along the interest of the white elite.
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey said, we're not gonna have any freedom unless we leave America.
Right.
Exactly.
What I would really want to know is like, where are they now? For those who actually during the movement relocated, and even before that, when they started the country of Liberia and people and Americans were relocated, I want to know, where are they now? Did they see, like, were they successful in their efforts?
Was who successful?
The individuals who would have actually relocated during Marcus Garvey movement, and those who went to Liberia when they created it as a nation for the freed slaves.
Oh, where are they now? I don't know. Maybe their descendants are still in Liberia. Who knows?
Yeah, well, you know, one thing that's that you shared, you know, I'm gonna find it. But, you know, one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that, you know, a lot of the slave ships were Jewish. A lot of the plantations themselves were Jewish, you know, which, you know, is in connection to this, but whole nother rabbit hole.
So after Marcus Garvey got sentenced to jail, spent 5 years in jail, and then he got deported to Jamaica, then almost a decade later, he said in a New Jamaican, he said the Jewish race is a noble one, and the Jew is only persecuted because he has certain qualities of progress that other people have not learned. And he likened anti-Semitism to anti-Black persecution, and he denounced anti-Semitism and Nazi radical racial intolerance. So he kind of did the same thing that Nick Cannon did. Nick Cannon is pro-Black. He said, we are the real Jews, and and he's pro-African. And then once he said what he said, the Jews swept in and they said, no, we're going to punish you and we're going to re-educate you so that your ideology and thinking about us, you're going to make sure that you change this and publicly tell people, look, I've learned a lot about the Holocaust and the Jews.
Oh my God.
And he said, while the Jewish experience encompasses more than 5,000 years and there is so much I have yet to learn, I have had at least a minor history lesson over the past few days, and to say that it's eye-opening will be a vast understatement. After he got his history lesson from the Jews about their history, their Holocaust, not our Holocaust, in our Israelite history, he had to sit there like he's a kid and be re-educated by the rabbis, and then he had to donate to the Holocaust Museum.
He hasn't said nothing about it since.
He has not.
Or was it MK Ultra mind program?
It's like Pastor O just said. He went on a mandatory field trip. He said this in service about Steph Curry, because Steph Curry made a statement about the earth being flat. And they said, no, We're going to take you on a field trip to NASA, show you everything, learn everything. You're going to come back and tell everyone the earth is not flat.
Oh, and while we're mentioning it, Pastor Omar Tabu does want to send his regards to Brother Ron of Church of Philip. Pastor Omar Thibault. Thibault of School of Hebrews, Church of Philadelphia.
Okay.
He shouted you. He shouted you out in service yesterday.
He did.
In the Hebrews Negroes documentary.
Okay, so when you look at the land of Canaan or Canaan, the Hebrew letters is Kaf, Nun, Ayin, Nun, and it means to allow, to be tamed, to subdue, to bend to another person or God's will. None is the life, the seed, the family, the heir to continue. Life continues. Ayin means to watch, to know, and to experience. None, again, is the life, seed, family, heir to continue. So Canaan is where we are to bend to God's will, obey his commandments, and there our life, our seed, our family is to continue to experience and to continue. The meaning is supposed to be our land for generations upon generations. In the LEVI tribe in Ghana, the word Canaan means the soil provides. In Abagusi tribe in Kenya, Kanani in Kisi language and Kinene in Swahili means that which is large, fat, and abundant, which the land of Canaan is. So even in the languages of the Bantu people, the word Kana, Kanini, Kinini means basically what the land of Canaan has. It's a land that's abundant, large, and fat, and the soil provides. It's not a desert like Israel. It's a good land. Modern day plantation in America is not our land, it's our big house. It's massive plantation. It is our captivity, and we need to leave, like the first Exodus. Now, in this scene, they show you this man sitting with this child on his lap, and they're holding these paddles, and they have the paddles down, and the kid doesn't have a paddle, right? The kid does not have the paddle at this moment. He's drinking a pop, and we see Charleston Harbor right here, beach roads, but they're in New York. They're not in Charleston, South Carolina. They are in New York City. The sign says Charleston Harbor, which is in South Carolina.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Charleston Harbor, South Carolina is where over 40% of all enslaved Africans that entered North America, they came through this slave fort. And when the slave auctions fell on a Saturday, on a Shabbat, they said, no, we have to shut it down. We have to observe the Shabbat. We'll pick it back up on Monday. This is a known fact. And so the Jews that were there that had what they call the Jewish Newport Center for Slave Commerce, they had different forts that the Jews would sell slaves, and then they would auction them off, and then the slaves will work for Jews on their plantations. But the Jews, they changed their last names so they could have Gentile last names, or they were known as crypto Jews, so nobody would know that they have Jewish ancestry in a Gentile world. So this is the truth. And Charleston, South Carolina, along with Newport, Rhode Island, was one of the slave port locations that slave ships would come to, and they would hit New York, and then Rhode Island, and they would go all the way down to the they would slide down the east coast of America till they got to the Carolinas and Georgia and Florida. So they started at the north and they slid down the east coast, dropping off slaves as they hit different forts like Virginia and North Carolina. Well, it was back in the day. It was Carolina, and then not North Carolina, South Carolina, and then Georgia. Yeah, so this is what they did.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what. And see, the thing is, I'm going to show you is that they have to show us what they're going to do to us, so that we can subliminally accept the enslavement that they're going to put on us, because they already told us what they're going to do. They showed it to us. We just were too blind to see the signs. But it's
body of spiritual principles that they must follow in order to be allowed to exist. What do I mean by allowed to exist? I mean that they are aware that there are benevolent forces that will prevent them from achieving their goals unless we give them permission to enslave us. Now think about that. Well, I didn't give them permission. So why did they put this plan for 3 world wars on display in a book that's hanging there open behind glass in the British Museum Library of London? And those 3 world wars that they're outlining are exactly World War I, World War II, and the war on terrorism. Because the rules state that they have to tell us what they're doing. Therefore, if we allow it to happen, we have consented to tyranny, we have consented to enslavement.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you get into the secret history of the cabal.
Okay, so can I add something there to help people research that?
Yeah.
What he's talking about is Albert Pike, August 15th, 1871. And that's a letter he wrote to, I forget who it is, but where he outlined all 3 world wars.
Mm-hmm.
So look up Albert Pike, August 15th, 1871.
And then the name of the book, Morals and...
Well, it's not in Morals and Dogma.
Oh, okay.
And one other thing where, Brother Ron is talking, because he said, the Illuminati's rules. From what I know, Illuminati is a sect of Freemasonry. Mm-hmm. This comes straight out of the Morals and Dogma book by Albert Pike, page 104 through 105. Masonry, like all religions, all mysteries, hermeticism, and alchemy, conceals its secrets from all except the adepts, sages, or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled, to conceal the truth which is called light, or Lucifer, as they explain later in the book, from them, and to draw them away from it. And that's what, Brother Juan is talking about, where they have to tell us what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. So we subconsciously give them permission. Mm-hmm. And it's written, and we know, Masonry is the biggest organization in the world. So this is what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's a spiritual principle, though, like to come into agreement with something or to basically rebuke it or disagree is like a spiritual principle. So that makes sense.
For sure.
Yeah, so during the scene, the kid stops drinking the pop, and then he grabs the sign, and the daddy grabs the sign, and they hold the sign up above their heads, so you can't see nothing but the sign. And I said, "What?" I would say, "What are they playing beach ball?" No, the kid is sitting on the man's lap, and then he holds he's drinking the pop, but then he holds the sign above his face, so you can see the word Kadima, and then you can look upside down and see that it says Kadima on the green paddle. So I researched Kadima, and I said, okay, this is a paddle. It's a beach paddle.
Interesting.
The Hebrew word Kadima means let's go. It means come on. It means to move forward.
I didn't see it happen. I honestly found a lot in this movie, but goodness gracious, really keep going.
And you remember the movie is called Leave the World Behind. It could have been called Leave America Behind because it's based in America. It's not based in Africa and China and India. This has nothing to do with a cyber attack in Europe, Africa, China, India, Canada, Mexico. No, this is about America.
Yeah.
But Obama did not want to title it Leave America Behind because that would have been, I guess, too much to give us. So the word Kadima, it means to move or go forward or come on, let's go. This is exactly what Moses told all the Israelites and all their orderly ranks and elders, they said, okay, it's time to go. Get everybody together. We're leaving tomorrow. And they did that. And the root word of kadima is kadim or kadam, and it means to advance, to do first. And it also can be referred to the east, because the Garden of Eden was the garden was planted in the east of Eden. And some instances says that kadam or kadima means the direction of the Zion or Jerusalem or Canaan.
Right.
In this case, sub-Saharan Africa, because we know that the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. And to get to Africa, our homeland, we have to go back to the east. Because when you look at when you're on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, then you can see where the sun rises in the horizon, and you can see where it sets. You see that in South Carolina and in Florida. So all these things like Sag Harbor, they showed you on the cell phone, has to do with slavery and the slaves that the white man had in New York City that lived inside their houses and lived on the farms. And New York was the second last state to abolish slavery in the North. They had 700 enslaved blacks and Native American Indians that were servants and slaves under the control of white families in New York City. I mean, New York, the Hamptons, Sag Harbor, these areas in New York. So it didn't just happen in the South. Slavery happened inside houses and on locations in the North as well.
I was going to ask a quick question on the last note. So when this information is included as like a subliminal message, do you think that who is Obama or those that created this movie, who are they speaking to when they say things like "let's go" or "time to go" or "time's up"? Because we know that they are not of the Most High. If anything, they're the enemies of the Most High. So who are they speaking to?
I think they're giving us a warning, like the white guy said, David Wilcox, is that they're kind of warning us and telling us that you guys better leave because it's about to go down in America. And all the subliminal messages is for you guys, and you know who you are. At least some of you guys know who you are. And if you know who you are, you need to leave because it's not meant for you to stay here. The Most High told us to flee Babylon. And if we don't, we're gonna partake in her plagues and in the punishment for her sins.
And even Satan knows who he can and can't touch. You know, he had to get permission, from the Most High in the book of Job, to touch Job. And so his workers, people after him would have to operate the same way. You know what I mean? They know that there's certain people that they can't touch. And just like, we read and saw, they have to tell us, what they're doing before,
So that would mean that he is giving this prediction to other elites.
No.
Are they warning the wealthy who can afford underground bunkers and to leave and to do things? Are they warning each other?
I don't think so because the whole movie has a slavery undertone, like a Negro undertone.
Yeah, they're telling us again. They have to tell us what they're doing before they do it. It's like it's like permission. We have to give them permission. It's like people think the Simpsons, predict stuff, but the writer of the Simpsons is a 33rd degree Mason. They're just telling you what the plan is. So. Again, it like the book said, they give the information for the elect, but to mislead the rest of the people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So all throughout the movie, the little girl, trying to find how she can finish the last episode.
Of Friends, yes.
Season 10, episode 817 is called The Last One.
Oh.
And then they let her play while she's in the car before the internet goes out. They laugh and it says, "Sorry, boys, the ride is closing." That's it. That's all you hear. And to me, this is like another sign, okay, the last one, the ride is closing. Yeah, something's about to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Something is going to go down. And Ethan Hawke, he says seeing deer, according to Mesoamerican mythology, is a good sign. Well, if you do your research, it's not a good sign. It is tied to chaos, war, drought from the sun, human sacrifice, disease, or the need for humans to seek divine favor or help from God in troubling times of need. And okay, so then you'll see the guy here is calling on the thunder and rain god to bring rain because the deer symbolizes drought. And then this other Mayan or Incan or Aztecan god or whatever is sacrificing and decapitating the head of I don't know if it's a black person or what, but he's using a deer. He has a deer scepter because the deer scepter is part of the ritual of human sacrifice. And in this case, they decapitated the head, and they're probably going to burn the body on this little altar or whatever they have right here.
Wow.
And then they show you a clock, and you see the numbers on the clock, and the numbers looks like a unhappy face. You see how the face looks unhappy?
Yes.
But the numbers are right there, and you cannot help but look at the numbers on the clock. It's between 11:16 and 11:17. And so I just went to the book of Numbers 16 and 17, and it said, and Yah said to Moses, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation, that they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and talk with thee there, and I will take of the spirit which is upon thee, meaning Moses, and I will put it upon them, the elders, and they shall bear the burden of the people with thee, that thou bear it not thyself alone. And Moses tried, and he told the Israelites, hey, we got to go. And as they were leaving in the wilderness, many of the Israelites complained. Many of them, I think they didn't want to go. They stayed behind. They had lack of faith. They lingered behind. And those that lingered behind and lagged behind were weary and lacked faith. Amalek smote them, killed them. It says this in the Bible. And so that because of the lack of faith and the complaining that the Israelites had, Moses got tired. He's like, man, I'm tired of this. And he needed help. Jethro saw it, but then Moses said that you need these 70 elders to help you. And here we see on the right, Wakanda, Black Panther's looking up at Moses Magnum. Why? Because Moses Magnum stages a coup, and he takes over the territory of Canaan and Wakanda. After he does that, and Black Panther is not happy, Moses Magnum tells African Americans to join him. He says, I have come here to ask you to join me. I already have a place for African Americans, the homeland, my area called Canaan. We need to assure our economic independence by controlling Wakanda's vibranium mound. The African Americans say, I already have a homeland in the United States. Too much of my ancestors' sweat was invested in building America. This is that Uncle Tom house Negro mentality that we still see today. And we saw at the halftime show, even though Samuel Jackson is telling Kendrick Lamar to play the game, and at the end it has the game controller. It says game over, warning, and it says what's the other thing? It says warning and wrong way, warning, game over. But the halftime show did not mean it was the end of the game. So why did Kendrick Lamar and the people that put that together, why did they have the word game over wrong way warning for everybody to see, including Donald Trump.
Who Kendrick is a self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelite as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So in the movie, listen how they say, well, we feel better if we stay in our house. This is what the black people are saying to the white people. And they say, and the white people are, Julia Roberts and Ethan Hawke is looking at them like they're crazy. And they're saying, well, it is our house and we want to be somewhere safe. And they look at them like, okay, what's that supposed to mean? But that was a message that, okay, is America our house or their house? It's our house. Our house is safety in Africa. America's going to go through hell. And when it goes through hell, there ain't nowhere going to be safe in America.
Yeah.
Because when this warning comes on the screen in America, that's the real deal. It's not a test. It's not an alert. No, it's the real deal. And throughout the movie, they show you the mood, how it intensifies with the water.
Yeah, the waves. Yep. Start to. I remember that.
And okay, yeah. And in the movie, they're in the bed, and black people are not there. And they say, well, Julia says, why didn't you tell the black people about the oil tanker, White Lion boat that we saw at the beach? And Ethan says, it seems like it would be piling on. Why didn't you tell them, Julia? Julia says, I was afraid. Ethan Hawke says, afraid of what? And Julia says, because that it would confirm something.
even that first scene was a message behind it. Not just the White Lion, but how slow it's coming.
It's slowly creeping. Nobody ran.
And then how people were just, it's like even today, people know something is going on, but they're just still waiting and waiting. And until it gets close, super close, it might be too late, you know?
So then I have pretty much the same question about Kendrick's performance. Who was he talking to? Who was all this messaging for? You see people on Facebook, on Twitter saying this was for those who are woke, and people who are actually woke were like, that wasn't woke. Who is Game Over? Who is he talking to? Who are these messages for?
I think Game Over means the game is over for America, and warning is to those who understood the message, and there's a lot of other things in that performance, that like the hanging guy from the street light.
Yes, the terror part.
The tarot, yeah. You know, I was like, man, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, which tarot card is that?
It was the one that I guess it signifies judgment or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, the Hanging Man tarot card. Yep.
Yeah.
Like they selected, they selected Kendrick for this very time and for this particular event, all of it together. And so it's like the messaging and everything else is almost like, do they want us to leave for the betterment of ourselves? Or do they want to say they told us and whoever didn't leave got to suffer? Are they talking to black people? Are they talking to white people? Like,
honestly, that whole battle is symbolism as well. I want to say it started somewhere. October 7th, 2023 is, in my mind, when World War III, quote unquote, started between Israel and Hamas. Remember, we were at Feast of Tabernacles and we saw the news and everything popped off. But Kendrick is a self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelite, from his Damn album. Drake is Jewish. Even their battle is symbolic.
Yes, it
of Kendrick, the self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelite, beating the biggest artist in the world, who is Jewish himself.
Right.
It's like symbolism.
Why would they let that happen though?
Right.
As symbolism. Why would that be a symbol that they would promote?
And the whole thing was, minor attracted persons, as like to say now, which we see a lot of that has been outed about the tunnels and stuff that was found, under Jewish churches in New York. It's symbolism in all of it. But right, go ahead, Ron.
Okay, so in the movie, you see twice where she has the beach towel by Otto Irvin, the same guy that did Mr. Robot.
Oh yeah, he like Bruno Mars.
And it's all about living in a highly surveilled world the erosion of privacy, and the struggles for autonomy and living a life independent and set apart from the beast system that is becoming almost impossible in America.
Mm-hmm.
And they even talk about the West Wing episode where there's a man that's in a bad predicament, in a bad emergency, because he waited too long for God to save him. And Rose tells her mother, Julia Roberts, that she feels like, just like the series, West Wing, that it's now time to act and to not wait until the last minute. And this goes to the people of America, that we see the danger coming and we're not taking precautions and hiding ourselves and preparing.
Mm-hmm.
Those that do not prepare and make a plan are what the Bible calls the simple and the foolish, and they go on and they suffer the consequences. Even though the Bible tells us to flee, to take flight, to pray that we are counted worthy to escape all the things that are coming upon the earth in the last days in Luke 21. It even says in Zechariah, save yourself from the daughter of Babylon. But Black Christians and Black Israelites, we don't take heed to the words of Yah, and we don't pay attention to reality. And Mahala tells Rose, you're like that kid in Donnie Darko that's always looking into the forest and the wilderness, because you are having premonitions of an impending disaster. And Donnie Darko was told that the world would end in 28 days, 6 hours, 42 minutes, and 12 seconds. This is Donnie Darko. And Mahala, the Black girl, tells and describes Rose as you're like Donnie Darko. And the little white girl is seeing all the deer, she's seeing all the signs, and she's like trying to figure things out. And nobody else is really paying attention. She's the one that's kind of concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And notice how with the cyber attack, you see it all throughout the United States, but you see it really hard in New York City. Like New York City is like almost all red, and then the state below it, I don't know what state that is below it. And you see California's got a lot of red going on, but New York City has a lot of red going on. It just seems like the whole state is red.
Ron, did you peep the QR code? They
Yeah, I seen that. I just don't know what it links to. What is that? What does it link to?
It's like an abandoned amusement park. I'm forgetting.
Oh yeah. The Native American Indian Shawnee Park. Yeah.
The Native. Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's an amusement park that was built on like a Native American burial ground, like they were massacred or something like that.
Yeah, if y'all didn't know, in that scene he just showed with the diagram of the power outages in America, there's a QR code they flash very quickly in that scene, and if you paused it and you took a picture of the QR code, it would take you through the side of an abandoned amusement park that he just revealed is buried on native a burial ground. And y'all know we do believe that some of the natives would be descendants of Hebrews as well, certain of them. So
we want to grab comments.
There's no questions, it's just comments.
No, he's still going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the basement above the bed that they're sleeping in, there's a map of all the violence in America. And I think this is a warning that violence is going to continue in America when society collapses.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that made the map, or at least at the top, it says the American map is made by American people at Attica Prison in New York. The inmates in New York in Attica Prison, they were upset about the cramping of the cells, bad food, inadequate medical care, minimal recreation, lack of employment training, and they took some people hostage and they rebelled over the living conditions and the demand for political rights. and 42 blacks got killed and massacred during this riot and a hostage situation. And the map that shows you all the violence, Native American Indian violence, war, Negro violence, lynchings, all that stuff. It's all there. So why anybody would have in their bedroom a map of violence all throughout the United States? Usually your bedroom is a place of peace and serenity to wind down. You don't want to have a map of all the violence in America right above your head.
Right.
But they showed us the map and they actually zoomed in on the map so you can see it. They zoomed in from upside down. They zoomed in on the map and scroll with it upside down. And you had to pause it. I had to pause it and turn my computer upside down to read the map and to understand what it is. So again, they show you this thing for a reason, which you have to do your research and see why they did that. And we know that the neo-Nazis are increasing in America. Black people are arming up. They're doing their own watch guard so that they can make sure that the neo-Nazis don't mess up in their community and do things. This happened in Ohio last month. The neo-Nazis were marching and the residents of Lincoln Heights, Ohio, they had to guard their streets with rifles and guns, and they had to wear little ski masks.
Oh, wow.
So people are on edge in certain states in America because the neo-Nazis are rising up.
Yeah. And we had Elon do the Nazi, thing.
Oh yeah, of course.
So they give him salutes.
They're doing. They have some women that were naked and they were doing the same Nazi salute just like yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that video. It was very disturbing.
I didn't even see that. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the racial conflict between blacks and whites that they're pushing for. Then in the movie, along the highway, you see all this road, but then you see a little sign. You see a little sign on the road that says fresh eggs, $5. I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, who is driving on the highway? Like, let's say you're driving from Michigan to West Virginia, and you're driving on the highway through Ohio, and you just see a little sign that says fresh eggs, $5. Nobody does that. Nobody has a little sign, a little itty bitty sign that says fresh eggs, $5. Like, don't even tell you exit 53, Dalton Farms. Doesn't even say that. It just says fresh eggs, $5. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is crazy. So then I look at the prices of eggs in America when I was there like a month or two ago, and I seen eggs like $8, $9.
Yes.
You want 30 eggs, $19, $20, $15. And I have to ask myself, why are the eggs going up? I mean, is there a shortage on chickens? What's the significance of egg prices going up across the world? I mean, at least in America, because in Africa, South Africa, I can get 30 eggs for $4. I can get 48 eggs for $7. So you can eat an omelet almost every day of the week for maybe like a whole month almost. And you're only paying $7.
Wow. Just
because you got to look at 4 times 12 is 38, and if you need a 2-egg or 3-egg omelet, you can do the math. Like when you go to Waffle House and they say breakfast, 2 eggs, 3 eggs. So if you only use 2 eggs, 2 eggs divided by 48 is 24. That's 24 days of the month. Yeah, if you wanted to eat 2 eggs, 2 over easy fried hard eggs, that'll last you almost a whole month, or at least Monday through Friday.
For $7.
All for $7
every week.
These are non-GMO, free range. The good eggs.
Yeah. And then in the movie, they're both wearing a t-shirt, Obey from They Live and NASA. And we know NASA means.
I was hoping you would get to that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Then they show you Taney Farms. Taney Farms is Roger B. Taney and his family owned the farms that was over the Dred Scott decision, which states that Negroes are not citizens. They're not citizens. They can never be U.S. citizens.
Right.
And they had tobacco plantations. They had slaves. 1619, of course, we see that multiple times in the movie. 1619 is a megahertz radio station, but we know that you only have 88 to 108, and you usually have a decimal point, and the 1619 has no decimal. It's not 161.9, it's not 105.9, it's not 107.5, 102.7, 97.9, 98.1. No, it doesn't. It's no point. It's all 1619, way above the frequency that normally we see on the radio station. So they put 1619 on here for a reason.
Right.
Yeah, they did that for a reason. They want you to pay attention. And this lady right here, she is an immigrant, obviously, and she can't speak any English, so you know she's from Mexico or Latin America. And she tells you, you have to, of course, do the research, what they told you what she's talking about.
Yeah, I did the translation on that.
What is I got it right here.
Now he got it.
I will take care of this for us. Take some of that coffee. I'll run into the store later. And maybe I can find something that help. Get one of those some rabbit ears or something. Warning: this video is spoiled. Tell what you know. It's in the film.
Por favor, pare, señor. No, gracias a Dios que encontré a alguien. Estoy tratando de regresar a mi casa. Me he desviado. Hace rato que estoy caminando.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know where I am. I'm trying to get to town.
Necesito usar su teléfono.
El mío está muerto. I don't have any service either.
Usted es la primera persona que he visto en todo el día. Tenemos que salir de aquí. Acabo de ver un avión que estaba rociando un gas rojo en los alrededores. Pero que unos venados, más de 50, saliendo del bosque. Por favor, necesito regresar a mi casa, señor. Me pareció que militar salió huyendo. No hay nadie por aquí. Será un ataque químico. Por favor, no me deje aquí, señor. Tengo cuidado con la persona.
And that's what's going to happen when people are stuck in America. All hell breaking loose. People will be on the side of the street begging, can I catch a ride into the city, away from the city? Can you help me? We're hungry. My wife's pregnant. My children haven't eaten. We're scared. People are going to be just like that.
Something like that just happened in Georgia a couple months ago. A chemical plant in
it was
Conyers. In Conyers or Covington. Yeah. And we had they had to put a state of emergency out. But basically over the entire, city coming from that area, you had chlorine and chemicals in the air, and, people were getting sick and such like that. So I feel like even these micro situations that are happening are kind of signs to the bigger part. Last thing I'll say is, we all went on a hike. Some of us, Bruce, went on a hike last week, right? And on the way out of the hike, now me personally, I felt the most high, tugging on me, as we were walking out. And right after I felt that feeling, there was a single tree on fire, right in front of us.
It was so odd,
and it was and nobody else was seeing it except us, to what I can remember.
Right.
And we had called, the cops and everything about it. And just that Friday, there were fire watches put out, on Georgia. We know the Carolinas are going through a whole bunch of fire right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I just thought that would be interesting to bring up. But yeah.
And then the captain of airplane, the black father, he goes to the beach and he sees a plane wreckage, and it says Captain Ismail, and it looks like he's smiling, but then he sees a plane in the air coming down, and he starts running as he should when you see a plane coming about to hit the ground, and he's running, and then the plane crashes. And we see in the last 3 months, there's been like 94 to over 100 plane aviation incidences, accidents. Some of them have been fatal. Yes, we're seeing this now.
Arguing that though with the planes, because again, this is a kind of a new phenomenon, a very current issue. Why are all of a sudden there are lots of plane crashes, in your opinion?
Well, they're blaming it. I think Elon blamed it on the tower control and what they're using. They need to use Starlink. They need to have an upgrade in their system. Donald Trump said it was because of the minorities that was being hired in the airports and traffic control that need to be replaced, that they're incompetent and all this other stuff. But airplanes use sonar, radar, satellites, GPS. They use all these things to not crash into each other, especially when you're flying over the Atlantic Ocean. You have to use satellites and other ways to know who's flying around you, so you don't crash into somebody and then land into the ocean. Mm-hmm. But these are things that Donald Trump even addressed on the news. But we're seeing these things happening all of a sudden in a sequence, like eggs, planes crashing. These different things are talking. Iran is talking about they're going to attack America, or America's going to get her justice. And so there's a lot of things happening that we're seeing over the last 2 years since the movie came out. And one of the things I saw on here was that Ethan Hawke had on the Dallas Cowboys hat, and the number 47 seemed to appear on the side of his hat. Normally, you don't have that on the side of your hat when you buy a Dallas Cowboys hat. So somebody wrote that on there, and on the side of the Dallas Cowboys hat. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America. Donald Trump does have a strong history with the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys is America's team.
Mm-hmm. And even the person the guy represented, even the character he represented, you could probably assume he might be a Trump supporter.
Of course, of course, all day long. And you see that aside from Elon Musk, nobody donated more money to Donald Trump than Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones, he's not next to Donald Trump like Elon Musk is, but he did donate $200 million. So they have a good relationship, a friendship. Do you think that they don't know each other very well? You think that they don't talk to each other? Do you think that they don't work together and help each other? No, Donald Trump is tied some way, somehow, whether we may know it or not, to the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones. Why else would he donate that much money?
Right.
SpaceX or Tesla donated $288 million to Donald Trump. And we know that Elon Musk is right next side to Donald Trump doing all these budget cuts. And here's the history of the Dallas Cowboys, America's team, and Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States, which is on the side of the hat of Ethan Hawke. Well, not Ethan Hawke, but Kevin Bacon in the movie.
The year is 1983. 23 years before Donald Trump was elected president of the United States. Dallas Cowboys founder Clint Murchison Jr. was in bad health and decided this would be the time to sell America's team. But that team wasn't worth the $5 billion price tag we would see today. Back then, the Cowboys were going for under $100 million. and Donald Trump supposedly had an offer to buy them. In an interview with the failing New York Times, Trump said he could have bought an NFL team, saying they were going for around 40 or 50 million. But he didn't believe there was room for growth. He said, "I feel sorry for the poor guy who is going to buy the Dallas Cowboys. It's a no-win situation for him, because if he wins, well, so what? They've won through the years, and if he loses, which seems likely because they're having troubles, he'll be known to the world as a loser." Losers. Well, he wasn't a loser. He was actually a bum. Harvey Roberts Bright, nicknamed Bum Bright, bought the team for $85 million. 5 years later, he sold it to Jerry Jones for $170 million. And now Jones has seen almost limitless growth since then, with the team now worth 29 times what he originally paid for it. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wanted to stay in football for the time being, and he went to a league and team where he saw more potential growth. The United States Football League, otherwise known as the USFL, had an opening for an owner of the New Jersey Generals. Although in the year prior, the team hadn't had much success in its opening season. Still, Trump inherited Heisman running back Herschel Walker, and the hope was that this league could compete with the NFL. In fact, it was Trump himself who pushed for the USFL to move its schedule to the fall.
If God wanted football in the spring, he wouldn't have created baseball.
Now the league planned to go head-to-head with the NFL, just like the American Football League had done in the 60s. And just like the AFL, the USFL, and Trump had their sights set on a merge, which would then make Trump an NFL owner.
Do you see this as an attempt on their parts to maybe force a merger somewhere down the line?
That's all that Donald Trump and 2 or 3 of those immensely wealthy men have in mind.
Although the Generals had success under Trump by record, the league still couldn't compete with the NFL's fall TV contracts, among other things. They decided to take on the NFL in court for an antitrust lawsuit and were awarded $3. The league folded, and Trump certainly didn't see his bargain bin football team amount to anywhere near what the Cowboys have become. Years later, in 2014, Trump was at it again, this time with a change of heart. He bid on the Buffalo Bills for $1.
So the moral is Donald Trump once was considering buying the Dallas Cowboys, but he didn't. But he is a football fan, and it's a known fact that no U.S. president has attended a Super Bowl except for the one that just happened recently. Donald Trump is the first U.S. president that has attended a Super Bowl. First U.S. president.
Can I draw another connection there? To you heard of the book Barron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey? The last president. You know, this is just for people who think that they choose their presidents, but this book was written in the 1890s by a 33rd degree Mason named Lockhart. And it's about a boy who finds a time machine. He's pretty much, a butt to everybody. He gives him like an insultive name as a term of endearment. Sounds familiar. He finds a time machine, travels to the future, and lands in Russia. Sounds familiar. And then there's even a line where it's like the angry mob protesting on Fifth Avenue, where we see Trump's tower today. He also has a relationship with Nikola Tesla, right? Who owns Tesla? Elon Musk. Yeah. And he becomes president with the goal to destroy the American Republic, as the book claims. But we know Trump always saying he's coming for the deep state. So just so people understand that we really don't choose our leaders and that these are agendas that are planned. This was written over 100 years ago. And we see a lot of these accents in this book coming into fruition, today. But yeah, go on.
And even with that, Nostradamus predicted that after Pope Francis dies, that we're going to have one last Pope named Peter the Roman.
Did we mention that today?
No, we didn't.
Oh, we forgot to mention in our current event, John F. Kennedy Jr. tweeted just this past week that Pope Francis has died, but that they're not going to release that information. So it literally just happened this past week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nostradamus said that an old, sickly, elderly Pope is going to die, and then the last Pope is going to be Peter the Roman, and he's going to be of Roman descent, and they said, and basically Pope Francis is the second to the last Pope, and people are saying that Donald Trump is the last president.
Yeah. I mean, he does say he's going to make it, so he is the only. We won't have to vote again, you know.
We'll have to vote.
and this was written over 100 years ago in the book by 33rd Degree. So it's like, you know, the writing's there, you know.
Okay, so yeah, so let me just. I think I'm getting close to the end. So the noise. Of course, we know that this thing says "Death to America" on the back. It's talking about a bomb maybe going off. Whew, it's a lot of stuff going on, and they show you a lunar eclipse happening on the surface of the moon, and the flag that's just standing there still, like we don't know what's going on. And then a lunar eclipse, you can't see any if you're standing on the moon, you cannot see any details of the Earth because of the way that the Earth sits in between the moon and the sun. So the sun is behind the moon, the Earth, and you don't see any details on the front of the Earth. It's just black. And so the lunar eclipse that we see in the movie, we got one coming up in about 5 days, and then one on September the 7th, and then one on March the 3rd. We'll be curious to see what happens on these particular dates. And then lastly, you see that in the end of the movie, you see a bomb go off, or a bomb is dropped in New York City, because remember, they are in New York City. This movie is based in New York. So we see a bomb go off in New York City with the cloud plume in the sky. And then the emergency alert system says, in addition to the bomb going off in New York City, that the White House and other major cities in America are under attack by rogue armed forces. So chaos is happening in many cities. In addition to that, they are telling people that elevated radiation levels have been detected near multiple population centers. Seek immediate shelter. And then a couple years ago, I think 2 years ago, the New York State Department,
I remember that,
issues a PSA nuclear war warning on how to survive a nuclear attack. Oh, wow. And the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, he approved of the video and allowed it to be shown to all these New Yorkers. And here's the video. This is a real video that's showed in New York City.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do it.
Nope.
I'm not doing it.
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why. Just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do? There are 3 important steps that I want you to remember. Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows. Step 2, stay inside. Shut all doors and windows. Have a basement? Head there. If you don't have one, get as far into the middle of the building as possible. If you were outside after the blast, get clean immediately. Remove and bag all outer clothing to keep radioactive dust or ash away from your body. Step 3, stay tuned. Follow media for more information. Don't forget to sign up for Notify NYC for official alerts and updates. And don't go outside until officials say it's safe. All right? You've got this.
I remember I went and bought, after I saw this video, I went and bought a battery radio that's also a crank light and a couple other things.
Yeah.
And I threw that right in my bug out bag as soon as I saw that video.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, how long do you stay inside when the alert system says it's not safe to go outside and you're hungry, you have no food? What do you do then? What do you do when you're hungry, you have no food, they tell you it's not safe to come outside? Do you just starve to death? Do you waste away? I mean, what do you do? And these are the things that people are not going to know what to do because they're going to wait for the media or the radio, if you even have a radio, to tell you what to do. So this man right here, he did a video on what he thinks is going to happen to New York City, and look at this.
New York is always a place to get destroyed.
A mega news flash. You guys, y'all have been watching, anyone that's been watching what I do, I decrypted the U.S. currency years ago, bills that no one else knew what was on those bills. That is an identical match to the side of the building of the Alfred P. Moore building.
Wow. Twin Towers. Yep, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Pentagon.
Yep.
Where's that one?
Pentagon.
I'm going to show you the old $10 bill, or the latest $10 bill. There it is. That's a tidal wave coming over a building with a radioactive sky. The sky is radioactive. There's a nuke in the background. This is tidal wave. This is a building right here. And when I move my hand, you will see this building's reflection in the water. There it is. This is the water right here. Okay, that's the $10 bill. The $100 bill has come out, the new $100 bill. This is urgent, viral, get it out. It's coming, I guarantee it. The prophetic utterance the Lord gave me in 2007, many of those things have already happened. This is the end of it. Get ready. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, behold, the hand of the oppressor is lifted against you. And out of the sea shall come fire and smoke and a devouring wind. Water as high as the walls of Jerusalem shall cover the city by the sea. Great shall be the destruction of that city. Here is the new $100 bill. The 10 has been turned upside down. Anyone that watches my ministry should know what that means. Here come contrails of missiles right here. There's a contrail of missile coming in, exploding. Coming in from this side right here, exploding. The reason I'm showing it to you on this is because once you put it in a higher resolution, it's difficult to see. But with the naked eye, here again is the contrail coming in, missile exploding. This is going to be New York City, and you're going to see the water coming through now after this. Here are the buildings. Here are the buildings right here. See the buildings right here? Okay, you see all this ink right here that makes the unidirectional lines? There's darker ink in certain spots. You'll see it. Okay, these unidirectional lines is movement towards the subject, which is us. As I change the magnification, you're going to see all of this. All of this is going to turn to waves coming in from those nukes that went down, and they're going to be destroying the city. Watch. There it goes. There it is. See it? See how it changed? See how it gets all fluffy?
Yeah.
Oh man! So in the end of the movie, the black girl, like towards the end, the black girl is talking to Ethan Hawke, and she says, "Why didn't you tell us about the oil tanker on the beach?" And then Ethan Hawke says, "We were afraid of what it could mean," and he left it at that. And then at the end of the movie, this guy right here says, "The first stage is isolation." He said that he talked to a guy that has connections in the military and stuff like that. He says the guy told him that the first stage is isolation, meaning that you take down the telecommunications, you take down the satellites, the internet, the electricity, and then transportation, so people can't move, people can't communicate, They don't know what's going on. Their cell phone's not working. The TV's not working. The internet's not working. YouTube's not working. Social media's not working. There's no emergency alert. They're just sitting isolated in their house, in their apartment, all alone. Don't know what to do. Don't know where to go. The second stage, chaos kicks in, and you create synchronized chaos and misinformation amongst people to create panic and fear. Remember, when this happens, people are going to be saying, "Oh, I heard this, and I heard this. Somebody said this. Somebody I know works in the military, and they said this is happening. And somebody said this. And when you're listening to people outside or inside your apartment building or your community saying all these things, and they're telling you that they dropped a nuke and they're going to drop another one in a couple minutes, and you're going to start panicking. You're going to start freaking out.
Yeah.
Without a true enemy to focus their attention on, people are going to turn on each other. They're going to start getting restless. They're going to start fighting. Blacks versus blacks, blacks versus whites, blacks versus Latinos, blacks versus Arabs. It's going to be complete chaos. And then the third stage is a coup or civil war. And they said that the black guy said if the country is dysfunctional enough, then it's going to work easy. It's going to, like, the plan is going to work easy. You don't have to do anything. It's going to follow first stage, second stage, third stage. And this is exactly what the Hegelian dialectic methodology is, that you centralize all power by manufacturing a scenario or an event or a terrorist attack on America. And then you set up the police state, the martial law, the FEMA camps, the isolation, the chaos, and then you take away all the people's freedoms, so they don't have no power. They, in fact, are willing to give up all their rights because they fear what's happening, and they will beg for protection. They will beg for food. They will beg for information. They will beg for a solution. And the people that create the problem are the same people that are going to have the solution, because the solution will come after the reaction of the problem. And the people are going to be in fear and hysteria. They're going to be chaotic. They're not going to know what to do. They're going to want a savior, a leader, somebody to give them answers. And that's just what, even in the movie 0 Day, that guy, Robert De Niro, he's the one telling people, calm down. Don't worry about this. We're going to tell you what's going on. We're going to stop this. We're going to get America back on track. And so American people are going to listen to the elite tell them what they need to hear. But the Bible tells us that if we don't lead, that death, mourning, and famine means starvation. You're not eating. And it says that that Babylon is going to be burned with fire. And people that are the other presidents and kings of other countries and states, they're going to see the smoke of Babylon burning. And they're going to say the great city, Babylon, near the sea or the Atlantic Ocean, which America or New York City is, the mighty city has fallen in 1 hour thy judgment. And the merchants of the world are going to say, well, that's it. We're not going to be able to buy and sell and trade with America no more. No more goods from her. The country is shut down. And this is exactly what's going to happen, because America, before China entered the scene a couple of years ago, America was the largest trade partner of the world. Before that, it was Great Britain. So Great Britain got replaced by the United States as the world's factory. And so all of the world had to use the dollar bill, and they had to import her goods, and they had to export their goods to America if they wanted to make money. So this is the reason why the whole world makes money off of her, meaning Babylon, because they know that when you export Chinese goods, Thailand, Taiwan, Malaysia, Russia, Ukraine, Mexico, Canada, you're sending in all your goods to America for the hope that we're going to buy it, and you're going to make money off of it. And then in addition to that, you're accepting our goods so that you can the American goods you long for. And so it's a win-win for the people that are dealing with United States trade. Hence why the other nations and the merchants are going to weep and say, oh, well, I guess we're not doing business with America no more. And they're not going to like that. China now is on the scene now as like the new trade partner of the world, especially Africa. And this is only a sign that Babylon has already started to fall. And the Statue of Liberty is designed by Freemasons, a gift from Freemasons to American Freemasons, and it's designed after the image of Isis or Athena or Ishtar or Ayana or Semiramis, the Babylonian goddess, the whore.
For sure.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a really, really amazing deep dive, like into the movie and what's to come.
Yeah. I thought I did my little breakdown, but
it was like, you know, explain all the predictive programming, but also all the other rabbit holes that are associated with it and going deeper into it. I think that was really good.
Yeah,
there was so much more.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about 0 Day is there was what was found, and spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't watched it. But the president realized he was quote unquote being mind controlled.
Yes.
Right. That, you know, somebody was sending signals to him and probably, you know, corrupting his brain. And just last week, it was showed a hacker, quote unquote, as they say. Some reports say the president of China sent 2 million in Ethereum to WikiLeaks to expose that the government has been using mind control technology or mind manipulation technology on, you know, on the citizens and on certain people. And I remember that reminded me on the World Economic Forum, there was a certain figure on there who kept saying, you know, that humans are now hackable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he was basically his way of saying that we're just biological computers, but you can hack the human now. Through nanotechnology, radio frequencies. I even know people in the military who said that this technology exists.
No, I believe that.
You know, so
I've heard of them having heart attack guns and stuff like that too. So
okay, let's move into our
what's up?
I got like three or four slides talking about Canaan real quick. I wanted to share. So this is an African pygmy, and they live in like the Central African Republic. They live in Uganda, Cameroon, Gabon, the Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, Malawi. And so they are another black race. They are not the Egyptians. They're not the Cushites. They're not the Puttites or Libyans. They live in the equatorial tropical region of Africa or Central Africa. So they live south of Sudan, Egypt, and Libya. In the Quran, the Arabs, they know about the Torah and the Tanakh, the Old Testament. If they didn't know about it, they couldn't have made the Quran and used a lot of the stuff that's in the Bible to make the Quran or to plagiarize it. And so in the Quran and the Hadiths, they believe that Noah had 4 sons. And one of his sons, named Yam or Canaan, died in the flood. He was disobedient. He wanted to stay on the mountains and not get on the boat. And Noah told him, don't come on a boat with us. You're going to die. And he decided to stay on the mountains. And according to the Quran, he died. But the Hadith kind of has they kind of disagree on certain things. But the word Yam or the land of Yam is synonymous in the Quran with the land of Canaan or Canaan. And this is seen in the Surah Hud, chapter 11, verse 40 to 48. You can read about it, and then you can read the commentary in the Hadith, which is similar to what the Jews would call the Talmud, or the opinions of the rabbis. And so Noah, according to them, had a son called Ham, Sam or Shem, Japheth or Japheth, and Yam, whom is called by the people of the book Canaan, not to be confused with Canaan, which is also a descendant in the Bible of another lineage. And in the ancient Egyptian text, King Pepi has like an officer named Harkuf. Harkuf takes an expedition that takes 6 to 8 months from Egypt to the land of Yam, or the land of Canaan, to get back to Egypt. When he comes back from the land of Canaan or Yam, he has all these exotic animals like lions and leopards and apes and minerals, and he also has a pygmy that he gets in Central Africa. And this is documented. I'm going to show you how it's documented. They're not, these African pygmies are not the Cushites in southern Sudan. They're not the Nilots, like the Dinka, the Anahuac, the Shulik, the Nuba, the Nur. And so Pepi II was the pharaoh of the 6th dynasty of Egypt, 2278 BC. And there are surviving inscriptions from this period that record their trading expeditions and explorations to the south, near the equator, near the beginning of the Nile River. And they were led by Harkuf, and Harkuf led them up the Nile into Central Africa, and they captured a 9-year-old, they captured, not 9-year-old, but they captured a dwarf, a pygmy that they brought back to Egypt. And the king, Pepi II, was 9 years old. He was so excited to see this little dwarf that he wrote a letter to Harkuf. And Harkuf, they had this letter inside his tomb. And he jotted down that he actually had this pygmy right here. He had a pygmy, Ba'aka, or Baka, pygmies that are in Central Africa. So when we look at the pygmies that were in Central Africa, and then the Bantu people came, and the Bantu people are different tribes like Akamba, Luya, Albogusi, Kikuyu, Sukuma, Bakongo, Babemba, Kaonde, Yaounde, and in the Bemba language in Zambia and the Congo, you have these different dialects of the Bantu language.
You would also, real quick, just to attach, you would also say like Igbos, Yoruba, Limba.
Yes, yes.
So, yeah, because they're also, I know they're not included in the Bantu, but they make up such a huge portion.
Yeah, they're all the same because they have the same DNA. They just don't use the word Bantu in West Africa.
Right.
So the language of the Bemba tribe in the Congo and Zambia, the word for hut is Nsuka or Nsaka. So the way that they say hut in their language is Suka, because the N is silent. The N is silent, so they say Suka or Nsaka. In the Hebrew Strong's 5521, the word Suka means a hut, a booth. The same as the language in the Congo, Bemba, when they talk about a hut, they say Suka. Bemba, right here, they live in the Congo and Zambia. And when you look at the hut that the Bantu people live in, it's the same in East Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, West Africa. And the covering of the hut can be either palm leaves or bamboo sticks or pine branches. This is what they use to cover the roof of these huts. Like you have these thatched roofs. And in people that have Israelite descent, they're still making these huts today with either palm leaves or bamboo roots.
Interesting.
And the bamboo that we see that are made of the roofs of many of these houses in Africa and in the Pacific Islands, and even the palm leaves, one thing we have to understand is that the bamboo is native to Africa and the Pacific Islands. It is not native to Israel. So when the Israelites were using bamboo or palm leaves on the roof of their sukkah or their huts, like Sukkot, they were in the wilderness, and they continued to use this practice even to this day when making their houses. And this is something that we don't typically see, that the Ashkenazis and the Sephardic Jews are still practicing their way of building houses to this day.
I actually got the privilege to see some of those when I first went to Kenya. One place I told you I was trying to get y'all to see was called Bomas of Kenya, but they have a setup of all the major tribes in their huts. And you can literally see how the Bantu tribes, their huts were different from the other tribes. And their huts were usually built much stronger as well. You know, with the grandmother sitting right next to the gate because she was always up. And then, you know, so yeah, it's dope seeing that.
And then lastly, the Bible says that the promised land is going to be a good land, a land of streams of water, springs, fountains, and what the Bible calls torrents or waterfalls, or gushing, fast-flowing water that reaches a narrow point and then it drops down to a lower elevation, like a rapids that leads into a waterfall. And then this water then flows into a valley or a plain in the mountainous region. And when you look at the waterfalls and the rapids and the lakes and the streams in Central Africa, you will see all the waterfalls, all the rapids, all the large lakes and streams and rivers flowing into the valleys of the African Great Lakes Valley region. And you can look at Murchison Falls in Uganda, and you can see all of this with your own eyes, because sub-Saharan Africa is a land that's well watered, not like modern day Israel. And this proves that all these rivers that are flowing throughout Africa, some of them are emptying into the Atlantic Ocean. This is how people are able to ride their boats into the interiors of Africa to do trade with the locals, and then ride out and then get to the coastline where they can get on a bigger boat and then take these goods to other countries, like the Europeans used to do with slaves and ivory tusk and minerals. So this goes to show you that even in the earlier times, when there was no country called Ethiopia, that the land known as Abyssinia, or the land of the Habesha people, was distinct from the land or area known as the Ethiopians or Ethiopia. And as Brandon said earlier, Ethiopia was near the equatorial line. And according to the Greeks, anything below the equatorial line was kind of like an unexplored region until the Greeks and the Romans have figured out that there were all these mountains here and civilizations. And in that map that you talked about, it says Idumea, whatever we call it. It's in Latin or whatever, and it means the land of the Jews. The land of the Jews, and that name is smack dab right in like the Central African, South African region, because they know that this is the land of the Israelites.
Yeah,
they knew this,
and
the Greeks knew, because they explored the Nile River all the way to the beginnings, that they already look. The Romans and the Greeks they knew about Tanzania, they knew about Uganda, they knew about current day Congo, because they explored it through the Nile. And they described when they went down to the source of the Nile, they saw all these mountains that had snow on the top, like Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Kenya, Mount Missouri. They said all these large lakes, all these rivers, and they called these rockscapes or mountains the mountains of the moon, because when at nighttime, they said the moon seems to appear right above the mountains because the mountains are so high. And even though this is not the map that Brandon was talking about, they understood the mountains of the moon because it says Mane Luna. Mane Luna means mountains of the moon. And below this map, you see other mountain ranges. You see elephants, and you see these white people. It looks like I don't know if they're kings or not. But look at all the lettering on the side of Africa. Look at all the lettering, all the names and the lettering along the coast of Africa, from the west coast to the east coast. The reason why it's there because they have boats that could explore all the coastline of Africa. And then what do? They park their boat, they dock their boat on the coast of Africa, and then they travel inland. So don't think that the Romans and the Greeks prior to Christ, that they didn't explore Africa. They just don't want you to know that they had obtained this language, obtained this knowledge about Africa from the Egyptians and their prior explorations into Africa. So when the Romans and the Greeks came into Africa, they followed the maps and the knowledge of what the Egyptians knew when they ventured into the interiors of Africa. So when we look at the Bible and say, okay, was Christ, did he live in Central Africa? Did he live, was he crucified in the Middle East? This is where the Gentiles have deceived us, because we think as though nothing was going on in sub-Saharan Africa when it really was stuff going on.
Not only that, the book of Maccabees would also speak to that as well. The very first chapter during the Maccabean revolt, where it showed that, the Europeans pretty much excavated, much of the world, including Egypt, Israel as well. So, I mean, right in there is a point before the time of Messiah where we saw that they were going throughout Africa.
And lastly, in Deuteronomy 8:9, it says, the land where bread is not scarce and you will lack nothing. A land where the rocks are iron and you can dig copper or brass out of the hill. When the Europeans came into the Kingdom of the Congo, they said that the city is called, in Portuguese, San Salvador, formerly known by the people as Mbanza Congo. And it means large city or territory where the governor or the king resides. They said it's situated 150 miles from the sea on a large and high mountain, almost entirely of rock, in which nevertheless is a seam of iron stone, of which large houses are built. The mountain has on its summit a plain entirely cultivated and furnished with hamlets and villages, extending for about 10 miles in circumference. And it says that the land is fruitful, the air healthy and fresh and pure. And there are springs of moderately good water and many animals of every description. And here's the thing, when the Kingdom of the Congo existed, the 18th century French observer Randy Hallan Pierre de Marat wrote that it is said that the founder of the Congo Kingdom was a master of smitheries, perhaps even a blacksmith. In Congo, the blacksmith, Ngangula, is an intermediary between the secular and profane. And he said that the tie between politics and iron metal working is particularly strong in the Congo Basin because the land of the Congo had iron in the rocks, just as Deuteronomy 8:9 says. Then they said that in Central Africa, Nigeria, and following along the Nile River and down the Zambezi River, and in many of the Congo tribes, they said that there was a lot of brass and iron ornaments and weapons. Why? Because there was a plethora of copper and tin in the ground. and iron.
Right.
This is why the Bible says that out of the hills and out of the stones, you will get iron and brass. And brass is copper and tin or zinc. So when you look at the minerals in the Congo, you'll see that there is an abundance of copper, zinc, tin, coltan, cobalt, silver, gold, diamonds, graphite, uranium, iridium, aluminum. It's all there. It's all there.
Everything we need to build, for sure. Everything we need.
Sorry, man. Stop.
Okay. No, that was definitely great and thorough, man. You know, you needed that deep dive just so, you know, people can actually see tangibly how the word literally lines up with, you know, Africa, you know, sub-Saharan Africa, you know.
That's a good word.
You know, you need those deep dives. So we want to get to some of the comments, but before we do, we want to get into
Alternative thought.
Yeah.
Okay. So for alternative thought, we just want to have a quick discussion on calls to action, and I think Brandon wanted to share some insight on silent supporters. So, you know, basically celebrities and people who know that we're the people, but they are very cautious with openly supporting that.
Yeah. So what do you think? You know, you got people like Kodak Black, Eddie Butler, Chingy, Steve Cunningham.
Kendrick, we said Kendrick.
Kendrick Lamar, Brandon T. Jackson, who I've actually got to chop it up with a little bit. Besides, you know, Mario Stoudemire. I mean, you've got a lot of people. Nas. You have a lot of people who know this thing. They put out inklings. They may have said a lyric or something. You know, what's your view on that? On silent supporters and people with status in film, in TV, in Hollywood, in media that knows these things, but not saying much.
You know, a lot of these people that you mentioned, Nas, Khalees, his former wife, the mother of his child, you know, and others. I've actually had a chance to talk to Nas's wife. Khalees. Wow. She was at the conference I did last in Tampa in 2023. And after I got done speaking, they said, you know, Khalees is here with her sister. And I said, really? I said, Khalees, Nas was they were together, and they said yes. And I said, okay. And I looked and I seen her. I said, that's her. And he said, that's her. So when we had a break, she was in the back talking to some Hebrews. And I came by and I said, hey, how you doing? And they said, hey, Ron, it's nice to meet you. We finally get to meet the man, Hebrews to Negroes. And I said, what brought you here? And they said, well, we've been following you for years. I said, what? They said, yes, for years. We've been following you. I said, where? I said, YouTube, Instagram. She says, yes, we've been following you for years. And we seen your movies, and we saw you were doing a conference, and we wanted to see the movie and hear what you had to say. So we caught a plane ticket from California to Tampa, and here we are. And I said, so how many other people in the music industry and entertainment industry knows about Hebrews to Negroes? And she says, they all know, Ron. I said, she said, they all know, Ron. Yeah, I said, Nas, and she says, of course. And I said, well, why don't they support? Why don't they say anything? And she says, well, you see what they did to Kyrie Irving? And I said, yeah. And I said, well, then how come they won't support anonymously? Like I said, I don't understand. Like, people are looking at this content. Even when I called Kanye West's publicist before Kyrie did what he did, and they said, my boy said, I got Kyrie's publicist number and call her. And I called her. He said, send Kanye the books and the movies if he doesn't already have it. And I said, okay. I called her, and she says hello. And I said, hi, are you Kanye's publicist? And she says, yes. And she says, I'm about to go into a meeting right now. What is it you want? Who are you? And I said,
my name is Ron Dalton. And she says, oh, we already know who you are. And I said, really? And she says, yes. And she says, Kanye already has your books and your movies.
Oh, wow.
And I said, I was calling to see if you wanted me to send it to him. And she said, no, he already has your books and movies. Is there anything else you want me to relay to Kanye as a message before I go into the meeting? And I told her some things, and she said, text it to me, and I'll make sure that Kanye sees it. So a lot of these celebrities, you know, Omari, Brandon T. Jackson, what's that guy's name on Wildin' Out? What's that guy's name? Not Nick Cannon, the other guy, the comedian. I forgot his name. Oh, DC Young Fly.
Yeah.
DC
DC for sure.
Yeah, you know, like Anthony Joshua
too.
Anthony Joshua, the UK boxing champ that beat the Klitschko brothers, the Russians. You know, even these guys. Like back in the day, I used to see Prodigy and the guy Willie D, Outkast. A lot of these guys will be on my Instagram page, commenting, liking, talking, Rizza Islam, Shaka Bars, and people used to DM me, and I said, listen, I said, I'm getting tired of you guys DMing me and asking me a million questions. But then you guys don't want to talk about the movie, the book. You want me to send you the movie and the book, but then you read it, you're like, man, this book is waking me up. Oh man, this is great. But then you never talk about it on your feeds.
Right.
And I used to get upset to the point I blocked a lot of some of them. I said, man, I don't want to hear no more of this stuff, man. I said, you guys are secretly getting my books and movies. You're reading it, you're watching it, you're telling me I can't wait for the next movie to drop. I'm gonna look out for it when it drops. And I'm gonna read it, I'm gonna watch it. And they don't, and then they don't, I don't know, they don't do any silent promotion, any silent support. And I don't understand these things. I do not understand it. Even Kyrie, people say, well, did Kyrie contact you? Did his agents reach out to you? Did anybody in Kyrie's camp or corner, did they actually speak to you? Like, did Kyrie or Kanye speak to you to get any more knowledge or information or direction? And I said, no, they did not. And I said, I did text them and DM them and tried to contact them, as well as Candace Owens and others, Mark Lamont Hill and Joe Budden and Drink Champs, Vlad TV. You know, when you see Mark Lamont Hill in the same room with Jim Jones and Joe Budden, and they're talking about 50 cents, and they're talking about, you know, Cameron, and they're all sitting together talking about, you know, fraternities and the Bloods and the Crips. All these guys, they know, like even Charleston White talked about Hebrews to Negroes when it came out. Yeah, he mentioned it and talked about it, and he gave his own twisted, you know, explanation among Negroes and Hebrews, and even Shay, even Skip Bayless and Shannon, whatever his name is, the black guy.
Shannon Sharp, yeah. I've actually, I'm friends with his son, Winton Sharp, and we've actually talked a little bit.
So when the movie came out, I mean, when Kyrie did that, Skip Bayless was sitting there like, movie based on a book, 2019-18, anti-Semitic, the Jews are not the black people are the real Jews, and Shannon Sharp just sat there like this. He didn't say not one word. Yeah. And Skip Bayless, the white other commenter was just drilling the book, like let's find out who were the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in this book or movie packed with tons of research. And Shannon Sharp sat there, you know, right in front of him, because they had a show together. They had a show, and he didn't say anything. And now that Shannon Sharp has his show, Candace Owens has her show.
She shouted you out.
Yeah, I know. But see, they may shout me out or the movie, but they never say
the validity.
Let's invite this guy onto the show. The same thing we talk about with Captain Kazariak
and Bishop Nathaniel, Guerrilla Hebrew. These guys would be on all the platforms. They won't even use, when the time is right, Hebrews to Negroes in the title when it's relevant. But they will never have the man behind Hebrews to Negroes invite him onto the platform to speak. And it really irks me, and it makes me kind of upset that a lot of these celebrities, and I know a Hebrew or Hebrew rapper named Annaville the Servant. Annaville the Servant.
Naviel, yeah.
He used to go by Humble for Yah.
Right,
in Georgia. And he told me, he said, when the Kyrie incident happened, he said, Ryan, he said, I go to a lot of the basketball games, and a lot of the NBA players, they like the Hebrew music that we do, including myself, and they listen to it. And I get to have backstage access to the players, and I get to sit near the court side. And he told me, he said, Ryan, he said, you know, a lot of the players and the coaches and the assistants, he said, they all know about your movies and books even prior to Kyrie. He said when I went to the locker room or behind, you know, when they come out the locker room, and I'm talking with the players, and they know they're Hebrews, they listen to my music, and he said they all talk about you and how they learn from Hebrews to Negroes in the movies, but yet he said, Ron, they just can't talk about it. They can't share it. They can't promote it. They can't support. He said, I don't understand. He said, because they can anonymously support what you're doing so that you can do what you're trying to do. And they can anonymously share information amongst the NFL players that, hey, Ron dropped another movie. He's on volume 3 now. He's on Hebrews to Negroes 3, volume 1, 2, and 3 now on HBO TV. Check it out. No, because you know why? Because I can see the analytics. I can see the analytics. I can see if Candace Owens talks about Hebrews to Negroes, like she did like last year, I can see like a little increase in the sales. Like it'll be like, and if you look at the date that she talked about Hebrews to Negroes or MIA, the Indian rapper, and they're talking about how they learned from the movie, I can see in the date that they talk about it, there's a spike in interest. There's a spike in interest, which drives people to want to buy the book, the movie, or go to H2N TV. And then once they don't talk about it no more, it goes down. And so with the same thing with Kyrie, when Kyrie did what he did, the spike went all the way to the top. Because remember, he has millions of followers at his disposal.
Yeah.
So even if Kyrie Irving tears his ACL and he tweets it, he's getting like 500,000 views or 1 million views, and everybody's like, get better, Kyrie. We love you. But we have a lot of power as Black celebrities. We have a lot of marketing, advertising power. We don't need Hollywood. We don't need to advertise during Super Bowl to get millions of views or support. All we need is a lot of these celebrities that are awoke to either anonymously donate or to somehow support and promote because their platforms are a marketing advertising tool. They got millions of followers. All they got to do is tweet. And that's it. Imagine if Kyrie Irving tweeted the link to this podcast today.
Yeah.
Imagine
claiming it.
Look, I'm not gonna say no names, but there's some big people. I've messaged this to you already, but there's some pretty big people in film and who are tuned in right now watching this. You know what I mean? You know that are. And I can't wait to hear what some of them have to say after, you know.
Because I'm gonna tell you why this
directly to them too.
I'm gonna tell you why this is important. We look at the House of David on Amazon Prime. We look at these movies, these biblical movies that they have on Amazon Prime. All white. I don't care if it's David. I don't care if it's Solomon.
Moses. They did.
I think we lost you.
It might be his connection.
Okay, so this is the thing.
Oh, it cut out for about 10 seconds.
Okay, so this is the thing.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. When we see all the movies that are white, the House of David and this and that. Okay, so people say, well, Ron, you need to do a movie. You need to team up with people that can do a movie that portrays the true image of the Israelites and the stories of the Bible. And I said, you know what? How can I afford to have actors and scenes and portray a biblical movie like they do, unless I use AI? Now, if I don't use AI and I have a Hollywood budget, then yes, I can do this. We can even make it a hybrid movie. Now, here's the thing. You guys be blown away. A couple of years ago, prior to the Calvary incident, a writer that worked for the Wolper organization. The Wolper organization is a Jewish-owned organization. What did they produce? They produced Roots, 1977. They produced Roots, 1977, and they produced the newest version of Roots that T.I. and these guys were in. Lawrence Fishburne and the other guy with the small eye. But anyway, they contacted me, and I said yes. They said we would like to know if you can work with us on a new Roots series. And I said, y'all just did one with T.I. and these other guys and Kuta Kinte and all that stuff. And she says, yeah, I know, but we want to do a different one. And I said, what about what? And she says, well, I was searching for ideas and clues on what to do a new Roots series on, like a 2025, 24, 23 edition. And I stumbled upon your movie and your books. And I got them, and I had to watch your movie 3 to 4 times. And after I seen your movie 3 to 4 times, she said, "That's it, I got it." And she said to me, "We are going to connect the new Roots series to African Americans connecting their ancestry through DNA to Africa, and from Africa to the tribe of Judah."
Hallelujah. That would be an amazing.
Wait. Let him land.
That'll be.
No, it would. So what happened? I need to know the end of this.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it cut out again.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, a connection. But I know sometimes there's like power outages over in South Africa, but it's probably not an outage, it's just connection.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't know where y'all left off at.
The last thing I heard you say is you said that they're gonna connect their DNA to Africa to the tribe of Judah. Then it cut out.
Yes, the Israelites, and they said that they wanted to do a hybrid movie. And I said, "What's that?" Because I didn't know at the time what that was. And she explained to me what a hybrid movie is. And I said, "Okay, so what do you need me for?" And she said, "Well, you're the brains behind this, and you can help us write the script so that it's factual and it makes sense and it's live in reality." And I said, "Okay, so is my name going to be in the credits, and y'all going to include me or use me as like a shadow writer or a shadow contributor?" So that nobody knows it's me. And I said, because that's not going to fly. I said, if you're going to use me, then I need to be, my name needs to be on there as a certain title of how I contributed to this series. And she said, "Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. And I said, and you know I'm not doing it for free.
Yeah.
And she said, "Oh, no, we understand." And I said, "Okay, I don't want you to understand. I'm not doing it for free. You're not going to get all this information for free." And she says, "Okay, I'm gonna talk back to the production people and see what they're gonna say." And I said, "Do you understand who I am and the Wolper organization, who owns them, and are they gonna have a problem with this because it's Jewish owned?" And she says, "Yeah, well, I don't know that, but these guys are trying to make money. It's about money. And I said that if you reveal too much truth in this roots series that you're trying to do, you're already seeing the tribe of Judah and DNA, African Americans. You know what you're saying now. You're saying that we are the Israelites, and you're tying us back to Africa with DNA tests. And this is modern day time now. We're not talking about Kunta Kinte and all this stuff. Now it's DNA test, African American. I'm connected to the Igbo, the Kikuyu, the Akan, or whatever, Bakongo, and now we're going to trace that back to the ancient Israel. That's a big step that you're talking about this organization doing, because all the other roots series is based on our connection and roots to slavery. That's it. And she says, yeah, Ron, but let's see what happens, and maybe they'll let it go if we do it in a certain way and not offend anybody. And I said, okay. So then I went ahead and got some attorneys, entertainment law attorneys, and they said, okay, Ram, tell her you want this, you want this, you want this type of a contract and paperwork, and I would like to talk to her on three-way. And when I came back and told the lady that I got a lawyer, an entertainment lawyer, and then we need to move forward, we need to have this, and that, she went ghost.
Oh my gosh!
So she was about to play you, basically.
Yeah, they were looking to screw you, basically.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I wasn't about to let that happen. And I told myself, I said, man, they're already thinking. This lady worked for the Wolper organization, and she already said that she had the script for, I think, 5 episodes, and she needed like 10. And she said that's where I came in at. And I said, you want me to help you write 5 more episodes, and y'all not pay me? I don't sign any contract. I don't talk to the big wigs. We don't do an interview. And I said, this ain't gonna fly. And it goes to show you that they already are paying attention to how we are finding our identity through DNA to Africa. And then not only that, we're connecting ourselves with the African people, the Bantu people, to the Israelites. They're already thinking like this was like 2019, 2018, 2019. This was before I even went to Ghana. This was before I even went to Ghana. So they're already ahead of the game. And here we are, 2025. They haven't done anything yet. I don't know why, but if we had the money, and we had like a filmmaker or producer like Tyler Perry or Ice Cube or somebody that can do films but behind this, and we had the money, I'm telling you, we can make a blockbuster film.
Ron, there's a couple watching right now. There's a couple and some people connected watching right now.
Yeah.
We don't have to settle for Enslaved by Samuel Jackson. We don't have to settle for Wakanda Forever and Black Panther. We don't have to settle for that movie that Jay-Z did. Book of Clarence. We don't have to settle for these things that kind of tease us. We don't have to settle for these things. We can make our own movie. I mean, with the AI technology now, and we have money, man, we can blow it out the park, and we can call it a specific title that will catch all Black people and the Gentiles' eyes. And when they sit down in the theater in Africa or America, because remember, Black Panther and Wakanda Forever, when they aired it in South Africa, people were doing this. They loved it. They loved it because it's kind of like Black Power, you know. And who's not gonna like that? But when you come out with a movie that is a Hollywood budget level movie, and it has distribution worldwide in America and Africa, in all the theaters in Africa, even when you stream it, it's gonna make a lot of money. And at the same token, it can start to wake up the light bulbs inside our brain, because Hebrews to Negroes already is so much information in there that it's gonna just blow your head off. So a lot of people can't ingest and take in all the information that I have in my movies. It's too much.
Yeah, no, you have to have a whole like note.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
with your movie,
A week.
with your movie, Reclaiming the Throne is another documentary. Like anything like that, you got to have like a note. And it's so funny because even in the Talmud, even in the Jewish people's own writings, the Talmud, the Sanhedrin 94a specifically, literally says he exiled them to where did Sennacherib exile the 10 tribes? Zarmutra said he exiled them to Africa. Like, so they know it's even in their own writings, even in their own Talmud, that they know that these tribes are scattered throughout, Africa, and who descends from them, us scattered throughout the world.
Yeah.
So calls to action, is another, and then after this, we want to get to some of the just a couple of the comments. What kind of, calls to action do you feel, some of these people are watching even right now, and this will be passed around to different people after the fact. What kind of calls to action would you speak, directly to the people watching? Who's in these?
So here's the thing. In the dry bones prophecy, it says that the ruach, or the breath, is going to enter the dry bones and they're going to wake up. But we know that it's not just the breath or the spirit of Yah that has to enter the people of the dry bones. It's the spirit of truth that has to trigger something in our brains, because they've been using miseducation and trick knowledge and deception in controlling the narrative to keep us from not knowing who we are. That's why we think we're Gentiles and Hamites and Canaanites and everything else. They think Egyptians. But once we understand who we are, our identity, and we understand this through something, video, book, right now people are visual thinkers. They see things, and what better way to wake up the people of America, the Caribbean, Africa, even into the Pacific Islands of your lost history. Not just blackbirding and the Pacific Island slave trades, but yet these Pacific Islanders are saying that they come from the Congo, they come from Tanzania, they come from Lake Tanganyika, and they got on boats and sailed to the east. They originally came from Africa. Even the little Negritos in the Philippines that are black, the Aita. I had a Filipino guy last week in South Africa. He said, where these little black people that are short and they look like black people in the Philippines, you know where they came from, right? And I said, where? He said, the Congo, Tanzania. I said, are you serious? He said, Ron, we know this. I'm from the Philippines, and they're in certain islands of the Philippines. He said, yes, they didn't just exist in the Philippines. They left Africa and got there. And I said, I believe this. So the call to action is we have to use imagery in movies to wake up, like what I do, to wake up the masses. People nowadays are not going to read a 700-page book.
Yeah.
You can't just give people in Africa a 700-page book and say read it. It shows you who you are. But if they believe as a Christian Bantu that they are the Gentiles, they are Bantu, they are Kenyan, they are Nigerian. If that's all they believe and know, if you show them a movie that connects the dots to their original ancestry, then maybe the two sticks in Africa and beyond can start to come together as one. And when they come together as one, like J. Rue the Damager, they were talking to Lauryn Hill, and Method Man was in the back, and Irv Gotti was in the back. And J. Rue the Damager, Lauryn Hill said, what's the solution? We were kings and queens once, and we can't blame everything on the white man. What is the solution? And J. Rue the Damager said, the solution is knowledge of self. He said, because once you know who you are, then you do, and where you come from, he said, then you'll do all things in accordance to who you are. He said, the problem is we don't know who we are. We're people that don't know who we are. And he said the knowledge of self is the most important thing. And from there, we can move forward. And Method Man was back there with a skull cap on. Or God was listening. Lauryn Hill was listening. And nobody, I mean, people probably picked up on what he said, but it's true. Our identity, our past, is what is going to help us walk and move in our biblical destiny. And our biblical destiny is what you read earlier in Ezekiel 36. It's getting back to the land of Canaan and using the land of Canaan. The Bible says we're going to till the land, prepare the soil. Then we're going to sow the seed into the land. And the uncultivated, desolate places in Africa are going to blossom. And they're going to be villages and people living there. They're going to build fences. And he's going to remove the stony heart out of our chest and put in a new heart. And he's going to do better for us at these times or in the future than he did in the beginnings. So the Bible is telling us that these steps are going to happen for us to have our Wakanda again in Mother Africa. But it cannot happen if all the leaders in Africa, I don't care if you're Julius Malema, Joshua Mapanga, I don't care if you're Ibrahim Traore, if you're not addressing our Israelite identity in the prophecies in the Bible of where we come from, who we are, and where we're supposed to be headed, then everything we're talking about is not going to do anything. Until you address we are the Israelites, this is our land, and this is why we're in this predicament, and this is how to get out of it. The Bible tells us this. It's right here in front of our face. We just have to understand that we are reading the book about us, and we're in it, and we hold the keys to the end, just like the never-ending story.
Yes.
In a revelation I like to plug right in there, and this is why it's important that articulate, knowledgeable people share this information, because like Kanye, for instance, right? He just says things without explanation sometimes. He said slavery is a choice. Got everybody mad, right? Well, if we're talking about according to the word, our ancestors did mess up. And you saw the Israelites would go into slavery and captivities when they would go after other gods and disobey the Most High. So if you're looking at the biblical understanding, yeah, it was a choice, right? The Messiah was hung on a tree, so we got hung on trees. His name and identity was changed. Our names and identity was changed. He was whipped. We got whipped. He was betrayed by Judah and sold. We were betrayed by our own and sold. It's like the curse is right there on us. Everything that happened to the Messiah happened to us. And it's like people got to understand, in the spirit, of course, because the spirit does have to confirm. Right. But there are just so many signs of reading this book and about these people that you can see in our culture, today. To understand that this thing is true. It's not a fad. It's not some cult. It's not some just wave or new black movement. Is literally about who were we before we were called Negroes,
And some people, they don't actually want to answer the call because it does mean taking action and changing and doing things different. We just named a number of, celebrities. Lauryn Hill, I know she knows who she is. Like, that means you have to stop celebrating Christmas and you have to isolate, possibly isolate yourself and then explain why and things like that. And now imagine if every Black American stopped celebrating Christmas at one time and didn't feed into the consumer. People would be losing their minds.
And the censorship, right? People don't want to be barred from society now. I tell you, man, since I started sharing your stuff, look, I thought I was shadow banned already. I already went from hundreds of thousands to likes and views on content to maybe in the 50s and 40s, 2019 and now. But now I'm in the single digits. Now I'm in the single digits. And I'm sitting here wanting to chuck my phone across the room and delete my pages. Because what am I sharing if nobody's gonna
what are you doing? Yeah.
But I gotta keep telling myself, man, the Most High is gonna allow people who's meant to see it. See it. So
that's Brandon, that's how you know they're watching you, because now they're shadow banning your content just because you have me on there. And then, like I tell people all the time, I said, listen, if you don't want to be caught or somebody to find out you emailed Hebrews to Negroes at yahoo.com. Oh, we caught you emailing Ron Dalton. We caught you DMing Ron Dalton. We caught you tagging Ron Dalton. We caught you trying to communicate with Ron Dalton. They communicate with Brandon. Contact him, and then he can contact me. If people are scared to contact me because then somebody's going to check your account. Oh, I see you contacted Ron Dalton. I see you liked his comment on Instagram. I see you DM'd him. I see you emailed Ron Dalton. I see you sent a donation to Ron Dalton. You remember from the contract? No. Okay. Then let's use somebody else then. And they can be the in-between between, them and me. Because at the end of the day, we cannot let them keep us so scared that we can't even say his name, Ron Dalton Jr. on live TV. Like we can't even, we're just trapped. I mean, that's trapped. That's being trapped. That you have all this information. You want to air it out. You want to tell others about it. But who's listening? Is there cameras in my house? Are they tapping my phone? Are they checking my IP address and who am I contacting? Do they have access to my emails and my social media accounts that they can tell who's contacting Ron Dalton and when and why and what are they doing? These are kind of things that I think that people that are celebrities are scared of.
Yes, yeah.
A simple example you gave, just you having me on your show one time. Now you're seeing single digits.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. But let's get into some of these comments. You know what I'm saying? You got people in here that you wanted to say some stuff, right? So real quick, we're gonna kind of zoom these. We got a whole bunch of greetings and a whole bunch of support. Let's see.
I got a good question. What's up? A good comment. Ndiba Mungai. I did watch a movie. Are the Hebrew Israelites heeding the warnings? When we'll see the real Exodus? And are we safe in Africa? I don't know if that's a question or a statement.
Hey fam, I did watch the movie. Are the Hebrew Israelites heeding the warnings when we will see the real Exodus? The way I kind of break that down is okay, so some people believe there's going to be the Exodus is going to happen in parts, like we see people exodusing right now, right? Some people think there's a big event that's supposed to happen that's supposed to cause us to all exodus at one point. I believe there's truth in possibly both. I know, Ron, you're on the we just need to be proactive side and just do it. But some people are like, well, do I wait for the Most High to confirm things, for me? Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the Israelites are saying that the chariots of God, the UFOs, are gonna be the people that's gonna take us out of here. And some are saying that the Most High is going to gather us with an outstretched arm, meaning that it's going to be like a rapture where we're going to be sitting down or eating and we're going to be gone. And then we're going to be landed in wherever the Israelites think the land of Canaan or Israel is, whether it's the Middle East or Africa. We're going to be taken in the twinkling of an eye, and then we're going to be now in Israel or sub-Saharan Africa. They don't think that we have to do any action that Moses, even though he had to listen to the Most High say to him, I will take you out from the burden of the Egyptians. I will bring you into your own land. I will do that. The Most High told Moses the same thing. I will do it. And Moses didn't sit there and say to the Israelites, yeah, the Most High said he was going to do it. So just hang tight. We ain't got to do nothing. Just sit here. Just wait. No, Moses had to get up and walk.
Yeah.
Even though the Most High said he was going to take them out of Egypt and bring them into the land that he promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Moses could have easily said, the Most High said he's going to do it. So I'm just going to sit here and wait until he does something. And they would have been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. But in that instance, no angel came to save them. No ship from space came to save them. There was no rapture event that they took them from one place to the other. They had to go through hardship in the wilderness. People had to die. They had to go through trials and tribulation. They had to be tried tried and tested. They had to scout the land. They had to have the scouts. They had to do all these things just to get to the promised land. Maybe the Israelites today think it's different this time, and the Most High is going to you're gone now. Like, here you go, you're gone. So we just have to see. But as long as we continue to wait here in America, and as things get worse, the dollar's in jeopardy, BRICS is around the corner waiting to make their move. Donald Trump is issuing tariffs on Canada, Mexico, China. He's making a lot of people mad, and they're going to do their same tariffs on us. That's only going to make things worse in America when these countries are issuing their tariffs on us. So it's how much people want to endure suffering in America before deciding, should I take my money and the things that I have here and get out of here, or do I stay here until I have no money left and I'm now stuck and unemployed, and now New York's been hit with a nuclear bomb and other cities are under attack and the lights just went out and we got a cyber attack going on, just like Leave the World Behind, just like 0 Day. We're right now in seeing this thing's happening, unfolding. Maybe I should have listened. Maybe I should have paid attention. We don't know these things until these things happen, and we're either caught in America or we're in Africa.
I have one. I have a quick, in that vein. What are key steps that people can take who are interested in relocating to Africa?
I was go for it. Was that?
Yes, it was texting me.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, the thing is, we can survive in Africa with little to no money, but we have to have leaders and forerunners set up communities. They have to acquire land. They have to either buy it or lease it. They have to start building. They have to start establishing farms and irrigation techniques to water the land and the crops. They have to start harnessing the power of the sun, so you're not reliant on the electricity bill. You have to start learning how to move people off the grid, living a self-sustainable life, so that we can actually eat. We can actually do the same thing the Bible says. The Bible doesn't tell us that we're going to go to Walmart and buy groceries and stuff like that. Because if that's the case, then why does the Bible say we're going to till the land of Israel and sow and harvest? Why does it say that? If Ezekiel 36 is saying that we're going to sow and till, or till and sow the mountains of Israel and the land, that means that we're not obviously going to go to the restaurant to get our produce. So we have to have the leaders start to go forth into Africa and to set up these communities where Israelites can come, whether they have retirement funds monthly, they got savings, they got, a little bit of money, and they can get their plane ticket. They can come over and they can hopefully get a visa or a permanent residency or citizenship, and they can now say, okay, I'm here now. I don't have to worry. I'm here. I'm legal in the country, and I have food, I have water, I have shelter. And the internet, you can get the internet too. So it's a stepwise process, and what we need leadership. We need leadership, or a leader that's going to help initiate these things, because you can't just come to Africa, get off the plane, and expect somebody to build you a house or have a house ready and have food for you to eat. No, you're gonna in Africa, whether you're in Kenya or South Africa, if you want food, you gotta go to the store or the market. If you want data, you're gonna have to buy the data. You want airtime, you gotta buy the airtime. You want to have water coming out your sink, you gotta pay the water bill, or you're gonna have borehole water.
Would you say with the African American communities that are established throughout Africa, would you say a problem with them is that they've just really kind of integrated into the systems already there and not really self-sustaining? Because we do have some of these communities, right? But they're not necessarily doing it under the guidance in the laws of Yah, and they're probably just attached to the system that they already got going.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look in Detroit. I mean, if you go to the west side in the east side of Detroit, nobody has a borehole. Nobody has free water. When the water gets cut off, that's a problem.
Yeah.
When your electricity is out in Detroit, that's a problem. When your internet's not working, that's a problem in Detroit. When the Arabs don't have food at the grocery store, or you don't have the money to go to the Arab-owned grocery store to get groceries, or you don't have an EBT card, the EBT card is not working that day, that's a problem for black people. And when black people have these problems, they're going to start getting violent. They're not going to take that for an answer. And your next door neighbor could be stocking up, preparing. He may have a generator, and they know this guy's prepared over here. Let this guy leave his house to go to work. Or let this guy leave 1 minute with his wife and kids, and we going in there. We taking everything he has. That's how our mentality is. It's fight or flight. It's survival of the fittest. And as long as I got a gun, I got a knife, and this lady over here, she's all by herself, no man. She got two small kids. She's an easy target. I'm gonna rob her. I'm gonna take her car. I'm gonna take her money, take her jewelry. This is what we do. So we need to stop thinking individualistic and realize that this mentality is going to destroy us when calamity hits in America. Because I think it's not a matter of when, it's not a matter of if, it's when it's going to happen. Because it's got to happen. Because prophecy states that the last ruling kingdom on earth is this kingdom we're in right now. And the United States in the West is running it. So it has to fall.
Yeah, for sure. We got another comment here from Servant Leadership CD. So when the Assyrians invaded the northern kingdom of Israel, this means Assyrians were in Central Africa. I've got something to add to that, and I want you to comment. One thing I honestly believe is that really most of the locations on our maps are discombobulated through extensive research. But if you type in the term Agades, Agadez, over Africa, it'll bring you to a place in the Niger called Agades. And you'll see some pyramid-like structures. Then if you go to Strong's Concordance 763, Aram Naharaim, Aram, the two rivers or district of Aram or Syria. Aram, the two rivers or district of Aram, Syria. And then you look up the term Akkad, 390 Strong's. Akkad, the name of the city in North Babylon. Well, it even shows here in the Brown Driver Briggs notes that Akkad or Akkadi, a location uncertain, impossible identification or confused with Agade or Agades. Me personally, I do believe Assyria could have been also deeper within Africa as well, based off of this. If you look at the language and then the location in the Niger, but what's your view on that? Because a lot of people are now thinking, well, if Israel is in Africa, then that means a bunch of locations have to be off.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what we read in the Bible. But who are the Assyrians and the Babylonians today? Who are they? Because if they came into the northern kingdom and exiled the Israelites and they stayed there for a while, they lived there, they died there, then where are they today if they are the Samaritans and their DNA has the DNA of the ancient Assyrians and Babylonians? And can we see evidence of their DNA in the skeletons still in the ground in the northern kingdom area of Israel? And the one thing that I like to break down is that the DNA that we have in us, it does not go away. You cannot change it. You cannot add to it. You cannot delete it. You cannot, translate it, transliterate it. You can't authorize it. It's just there. One thing that we have in our DNA, and this is in the movie, I think Volume 2, Hebrews to Negroes 3, is that we have in our DNA the genetic markers, alleles, and foci that the Southern Indian, Dravidian Indians share. So the dark-skinned Indians that have the language that is the closest to the ancient Assyrian and Babylonian and Elamite language. Their language is the closest thing to it. But in their DNA and our DNA, and what makes us who we are, like our hair texture, our skin tone, our melanin, our nose features, our cheekbones, our eyebrows, the angles of our jaws, all of this is intertwined with Bantu DNA, Hamitic Nilotic DNA, and DNA from the Indian subcontinent. And likewise, the Pacific Islanders have that as well. A mixture of African DNA and Shemitic DNA seen in Southern Dravidian Indian populations. What I'm trying to say is that over thousands of years, in the Gentiles translating, transliterating, authorizing, changing things like giraffe to like stag or chamois, and from rhinoceros to unicorn, and all these things they've been changing over the years. We have to understand that. How do we know that everything that is in the Old Testament and New Testament is exactly how the ancient prophets, they actually lived it out, and this is actually how it happened, word for word, incident for incident? You know, this is exactly how the Bantu people experienced it, and how did they write it down? Who had this history? Was it something that the Greeks kind of formulated together, and they added certain things here and there just to kind of get us all confused, you know? Because at the end of the day, when you look at the Assyrian siege, the Babylonian siege, the Persian siege, the Roman, and all these things, you have to also look at the fact that the Israelites had a land, and this land is the land of Canaan. And whether they were kicked out or invaded, then you have to have the DNA evidence of this. And the people that are living today, and the people that have died and left behind skeletons in the earth of these people that occupied these lands. Same thing with the Romans, same thing with the Greeks, same thing with the Persians. All these things have to line up. And in the Ashkenazi Jews today and the Sephardic Jews today, their DNA does not have any Hamitic DNA. They don't have any Hamitic DNA, and neither do they have any DNA that is connected to the Indus Valley regions of these people that have a culture and history and linguistic evidence of being connected to the ancient Mesopotamian, Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, Babylonians, and Elamites. It's there in the Indian people.
President Netanyahu's son shared his DNA test even and exposed that.
Their DNA is European.
Yeah.
It's all European. Even the Samaritans in Israel, their DNA, you would think that they're a mixture of Israelites and Assyrians, the Samaritans in Israel, the white people. But even their DNA on the mother's side and the father's side is not connected to India. It's not connected to sub-Saharan Africa and the Bantu people. It's all other haplogroups that have no connection to a Hamitic, Shemitic admixture or lineage. It's not there. So who are the Samaritans that are in Israel today? Where do we even get the word Samaria from in the first place?
Yeah,
these are things that I just think about.
And even to quote their own book, right? This is in their Talmud, Perkei de Rabbi Eliezer 24. It explains Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and it said, he blessed Shem and his sons, making them dark but comely, and he gave them the habitable earth. He blessed Ham and his sons, making them dark like the raven, and he gave them an inheritance as the coast of the sea. He blessed Japheth and his sons, making them, now I don't know if this is true, but entirely white. I do think Japheth got whited out over time, but I don't believe it. But yeah, Japheth the son's making them entirely white. So even in their Talmud, you know, Nimrod and
even in the Talmud, dark and comely is dark and handsome.
Exactly.
And then Ham was dark as well, and he lived by the coast or the coast of Africa.
Yeah, it's right there, man. Well, shoot, that's most of the questions that we have. I mean, you have one guy, Dark Side, on here. He's trying to challenge. I think he's trying to challenge you on the DNA part. He said, "Doesn't Einstein have Hamitic haplogroup?" I don't know about that.
Einstein has E1B1B. The Bantu people have E1B1A.
E1B1B is most likely. So, you know, Ron, I don't think I went into detail on this, but when I did my DNA test, you know, 23andMe, they'll give you a haplogroup or something kind of complicated. It's not going to say E1B1A. They gave me EM2. Let me see, 23. Yeah, they gave me like EM2 something, you know, of another, right? And what I did is I went to a website, and anybody can do this, but you go to isogg.org.
Yeah, International Society of Genetic Genealogy.
Yep, isogg.org. And it'll actually link the haplogroup that you get from 23andMe to the actual tree. And it linked, you know, mine EM4254 to E1B1A, which my particular line runs through Benin, Cote, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Gabon, Kenya, Ethiopia, Cameroon. And what you find is you see E1B1B as well. But E1B1B, you see it go throughout Africa, but you also see many of the European continents.
Yes.
Would be Esau's, you know, most likely Esau's haplogroup as well. And then
the younger clades of E1B1B are like B12, B13, B22.
Yeah.
But the oldest E1B1B clades are seen in Africa in Black people.
Yeah.
So Esau was not a white man.
Right.
He started out as a Black man, whether he was lighter, whatever, but him and Jacob had the same lineage. This is that Esau and Jacob, they went their separate ways, and when they went their separate ways, they started intermingling with new races of people. Esau had a chance to mix with the Greeks and the Romans and other lighter nations because he went farther away from Jacob into the Mediterranean coastal areas where the Levant in the Middle East is. I mean, he's the reason why the king Khazaria had a chance to see what Judaism is, because Esau had learned it. He converted to Judaism. And he was able to bring Judaism to the kingdom of the Khazarians through the Black Sea, or where Ukraine is at, by way of the Turkish Straits. And he's okay, Judaism, okay, Christianity, okay, let me choose. And this is where we have now Phariseeism or Talmudism is the religion of the Khazars and the Turks, children of Japheth.
Yeah, I would say to people watching, if you want to see what Esau most likely looked like, you know, look up tribes like the Edomo tribe, or you have the Issa tribe, ISSA. You know, these are reddish, you know, brown African people with natural red hair. You know,
we actually in Kansas City, we actually have a lot of Black people with red hair. I thought it was normal because that's where I grew up, so I don't see as much in the South. But like in Kansas City, Missouri, and up that way, my people are from Arkansas and everything. It's a lot of redheaded Black people.
Yeah, it's a natural thing for sure.
To kind of piggyback on what you were saying, Ron, is with the Kingdom of Khazaria too. Like a great book to read, The 13th Tribe. It explains like all of their history, you know, and what really went on when they had to decide between, you know, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and they decided, you know, we're just gonna go with this middle ground one, Judaism, and that's where the people that are in the state of Israel now, that's where they descend from.
Or even just look up one figure, King Bulan. Just type King Bulan. He is the Khazarian king who convert, you know, Islam and Christianity were becoming so big they needed a religion to make himself a nation or whatever. And they chose Judaism. King Bulan converted his people to Judaism. And so all you got to do is look into what he said, that, and you can see the history is there. It's not conspiracy theory.
You can see it playing out right now too, with why the United States is involved in Ukraine.
Exactly. President Zelensky is his name. He's Jewish.
Yeah.
Even Russia, the Putin,
yeah,
his mom is Jewish. She had a name change. Like
exactly.
That's how you know these people are friends behind the scenes.
They're all friends.
They're all friends.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But
let's wrap.
All right, we're wrapping it up now, man. So financial news, right?
Yeah.
Are we still gonna? Okay. Last question, Ron. Will you speak to the topic of healthcare and retirement living in the continent? So some people in the our parents' generation or above, their idea of the country, taking care of you in your old age and having access to healthcare and retirement is their safety net here. What does that look like in Africa?
Yeah, the thing about losing their 401ks and all that.
Or not even losing them, cashing. You might cash them out and
Yeah.
want to go, but you just don't know what retirement looks like over there.
Yeah.
You can still receive your Social Security, your pension, your VA, disability in Africa, in South Africa. A lot of people do that, and it's called they use that to get their retirement visa. And you can buy into healthcare here in South Africa and pay monthly or annually. And you can see all the doctors and all that stuff. And then people here have pensions. People that work here and they work for like years and they got a pension. Or you can invest in like old mutual and other retirement funds that you can pay into, and then at some point you'll get your money like every month, but you got to pay into it either monthly or a lump sum, and then the retirement fund will kick in your money every month. Because I did inquire about that, because they have these things in South Africa. In Ghana and other countries, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming that you can buy into healthcare and pay for it, and they should have life insurance and retirement insurance or funding things that you can investigate in Africa too. But yeah, in America, if you come here, you can receive your pension and your Social Security and your VA disability, and even if you die in Africa, your life insurance is not going to say, nah, you're in Africa, you died, so you're not getting any money.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
How about
that's great news. That's great to hear.
Yeah. What about, Ron? I know you're in the medical field, like the hospitals and stuff like that over there. Is it comparable to here?
In South Africa? In South Africa? Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like 1-to-1. You got, it's the most developed country in Africa, South Africa, I think it is. So you're not going to be lacking any healthcare services in Johannesburg or Cape Town or Pretoria. That's a known fact.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome to hear.
For sure. I've got one more comment question. You got one quote unquote challenger in the comments. But he says, so Esau and Jacob have different Y haplo, but the same father. How? Now I understand how to answer this, but
you have to understand mutations.
Yeah.
When you had E1B1 or EP2, there were mutations that happened that created E1B1A, E1B1A2, and then later E1B1B. Mutations had to happen to have all these different branches. So over time, we had initially EM96, and then EM96 is like E1, and then you had to get to E1B, then you had to get to E1B1, then you had to get to E1B1.
Yeah.
So it depends on the mixing, the migration, and the mutations on the genetic level that causes the scientists to say, okay, we're not going to call this U, like maternal DNA, U8. We're going to call it K. We're going to give it a whole new letter now. We're not going to say U1, U2, U3, U4, U5, U6, U7, U8, U9, U10, U11, U12. No, they're going to say, okay, at some point, let's just create a whole new branch and call it K. K1, K2, K1A, K1B. And so in the case of the E haplogroup, if you look at EM2, there were two major mutations that happened: the V38 mutation and the V100 mutation. And these mutations kind of separated the E1B1 to E1B1A and E1B1A2, which was seen in Ethiopia. And then you had more mutations that created the E1B1B branch. So it's all about mutations and who mixed with who, and where did they move to and live at in isolation from the other group, as to why we have different mutations and markers that can identify me as a Khan and say another brother as Bateke or Bakongo or Kikuyu, and another brother as Mende or Temne or Creole or Kru or Mandinka. So the mutations and the markers can hone down to our tribe, and if we're E1B1A7, E1B1A8, E1B1A, B1A, and then you see a long list, and you'll see this in the ISOGG chart. If you follow the ISOGG chart, you'll see all these E1B1As.
Yep. Yeah, sure. And I would even just attach on that. I can see somebody, asking, well, what about, because we do have, your Afro Latinos, you do have your Afro natives and stuff, asking about them, because a lot of them won't have, I guess, E1B1. But if you go on nature.com and look, you can look up this abstract where it talks about the Mexican Mestizo population. But you'll see even in these studies, it shows moreover the presence of Western European R1B and Sub-Saharan African E1B1A haplogroups agrees with historical and genetic data of gene flow during the European conquest. So there are some of us who are a little more intermingled, who still carry some of the E1B1A, but you might have another haplogroup that's mostly present, But even so, and I guess in closing remarks, at the end of the day, we're trying to be one nation under Yah. Yes. Whether you're a bloodline Israelite, we do have a role. Yeah, bloodline Israelites, we do have a specific role in times, to be the leaders. And Gentiles, you got white, whatever people tuning in, this is a movement, that you can be attached to, what I'm saying, according to the word, because we are, claiming to worship the same Yah, the same, and underneath the same Messiah, who died and rose. But the identity part is important, as Isaiah, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, all these prophets prophesied to, even Matthew. So, yeah. But thank you for coming on again, Brother Ron, man.
Yes, thanks so much. It's been amazing.
Really a blessing.
Yeah, we almost went 4 hours this time.
I know.
Bro, we got so much information though. I mean, so much necessary information that we got, that the viewers got. So it was a blessing, man.
Yeah, most definitely, man. And so as y'all can see in the banner, we want you to visit h2ntv.com, the Negro Network, .com, connect, to Ron Dalton and his teachings and his seminars, and his movies. Is there anything else you wanted to shout out or tell you got coming up?
They can contact me if they're not scared of the shadow banning and the watchful eyes of the Jews. Just monitor everything at Hebrews to Negroes at yahoo.com. I do have a website that I built similar
to CandaceOwens.com, because she has a website totally dedicated to keeping her independent. And you click on it, and it forces you to put your email, your name, and to donate some money to her to keep her independent. And you know, she has a lot of followers that love to hear everything she has to say, whether it's on YouTube or Twitter.
You have one right here.
So I created my own website. It's called Support Hebrews to Negroes. Support Hebrews to Negroes.com. www.supporthebrewstonegroes.com, and people can go there and they can support, or they can just do it, Cash App. And I can give you all the information, put it in the description.
Yes, sir. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, shoot, we appreciate you coming on again, and shameless plug from my side, Incoming Kingdom, getGainsandGone.com. I do Hebrew apparel. We really appreciate this, man. And, again, there's, people we know we're attached to here in America who are big voices in the community, but we're trying to connect everybody. You know what I mean? We got to stop, just, I got my church over here, you got your church over here. We got to actually start connecting and building. Just, stop being afraid. That's the main thing. That's my main message. Stop being scared, man. Look, if you really believe what you believe, you shouldn't be afraid to die either. If it comes to that. All right. And, the movement is worth it. So Shalom. We appreciate you, man. And, looking forward to chopping it up more in the future for sure.
All right, no problem.
So,
if anybody is looking to, keep Kingdom Outkasts afloat, we have our Cash App, Kingdom Outkasts Pod, Cash App, if y'all want to keep us putting out content, better production, and everything as well. So appreciate you guys.
Much love. Shalom.
And Outcast out. Peace.
In the Bible, Christ tells us that one of the signs of the end of the world is deception. Distraction is considered by many to be a tool of deception. But what else will happen in the last days? There will be wars and rumors of wars, famines, pestilences, tsunamis, earthquakes, meteors falling to the earth, celestial signs, economic collapses, social decline, violence, the lack of love, food shortages, hunger, hyperinflation, sexual immorality, idolatry, blasphemy, false prophets, false Christs, and the fall of mystery Babylon, which hearkens the fall of the last ruling kingdom on earth. But there is one prophecy that is often overlooked and understudied in the Abrahamic faiths, and that is the prophecy of Gog and Magog, which is directly tied to the Battle of Armageddon, in which God delivers a final judgment to the nations a part of Gog and Magog's army. The people of Gog and Magog's massive army is recognized in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. In Islam, Yajuj and Majuj are trapped in a faraway land, but when the day of judgment comes, they will all gather together to conquer the world. In the book of Ezekiel 38 and Revelation 20 in the Holy Bible, it describes how the nations in this massive army of Gog and Magog will leave their homeland to come to the land of the true Israelites, to steal, plunder, and exploit the land and all the resources within it that the true Israelites are in possession of. They will cover the Holy Land of the Israelites like a massive cloud with their people, and at the end they wage war against the Israelites, in which the Most High will destroy them. Knowing all of this, why doesn't the Christian community, Hebrew Israelite community, Jewish community, and Muslim community have any answers about who comprises the nations of Gog and Magog's army today? The book of Genesis records Noah's son Japheth as having 7 sons: Magog, Meshech, Tubal, Gomer, Tiras, Madai, the progenitor of the Medes Persians, and Javan, the progenitor of the Greeks and Romans. Gog and Magog's prophecy in Ezekiel 38 lists 5 of these sons of Japheth, as the nations who will come to the true Holy Land of Israel, covering it like a massive cloud. These Japhetic-speaking nations are not the descendants of Greek speakers or Roman Latin speakers, but are nations today speaking other Japhetic languages, such as Celtic, Germanic, Slavic, Turkic, Altaic, and Sino-Tibetan. So why is knowing who the nations of Gog and Magog's army is today so important? Because if we know who these nations are, including which land they are covering right now like a cloud, for the purpose of plundering and exploitation, we will know for the first time in history where is the true Holy Land of God's chosen people, also known as the Land of Canaan. In the new movie, Hebrews to Negroes 3, sound the alarm, Gog and Magog's army versus the Israelites. Find out who is who in this end of days biblical prophecy, and where the true land of the Israelites are. You owe it to yourself to know the truth. Satan's aim is to deceive the whole world, and Yah's aim is for us to receive truth, because the truth will set us free.